All good. We're good. We're live. Okay, good. The December 9th meeting of the planning board of the town of Rochester is called to order. Let's stand for the. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The roll call, please.
Jones,
Here,
member Nelson.
Here.
Member Pinsky,
Member Pinsky. Here.
member Duda. Here. Member Roberts.
Here.
Member Farnwell. Here. Member Veteran.
Here.
Alternate Quick. Here. We also have Mr. Gordon and Mr. Church.
Mr. Church and
Oh,
Mr. Gordon
Gordon
should be here shortly. Okay, so we have a number of applications tonight, actually 3 public hearings to go through. And the first one is Cram LLC. Nadine, you want to take a seat front and center? So I'm just going to pass out some of this to the public. We have a board that 50% of the members are all new. And the chair has been around for a long time, but sometimes forgets what a chair is supposed to be doing. So what I'm handing out are some notes on how to introduce a public hearing. And then we'll get going with that public hearing. But before we do that, in our effort to move things forward quickly after a hiatus of about a month and a half where there were no meetings, there were a couple of seekers that were not done that we need to do before we open up the public hearing. So in your packets that Jasmine handed out, there's actually a series of forms. It's the 3rd sheet in the packet, and it is the short environmental assessment form. So we're going to need that in a second. This is the form that for a small project like this, remember Cram is only a 2-lot subdivision. And I think some of you did go on a site visit, I believe.
Yes.
And so for a project like this, we would do a short environmental assessment form. It was done by the applicant. And we need to assess what the impact of that project is. And then depending upon that, how that impact comes out, on the back of this form, there's something called a determination of significance. And a determination of significance, whether it's high or none, would allow us to place this project or to type this project or declare this project rather either a negative impact in terms of significance or a positive impact in terms of significance. So we do need to go through that. But even before that, I do want to entertain a motion to declare that this is an uncoordinated application. Uncoordinated meaning there's no other involved agencies that would be involved in this project. And we would be the lead agency, and you're probably asking, did you pass those? Well, what is that? What is an involved agency? So I have a cheat sheet here of sorts from Dave Gordon as to what a involved agency is or isn't. So essentially, if a project, if we determine that there's no coordination needed, there's no agency that we need to coordinate with, and such is the case with Cram, we would call it an uncoordinated project. Dave Gordon, tell me where I'm going astray. So I'm gonna.
The review is either coordinated or uncoordinated.
Uncoordinated. So this is, I'm gonna make a motion that it's uncoordinated. There are no involved agencies. And we can be the lead agency. So I'm gonna ask you for a motion to be the lead agency on this uncoordinated project.
Second.
You'll do the first. You'll make the motion. Who's second? Jennifer? Jennifer is second. All those in favor of it being uncoordinated and declaring ourselves lead agency? Signify by aye. Anybody against? Anybody passing on the motion? Okay, so we've done that. Now what we need to do is to go through, the short form and do an impact assessment. A lot of our secret, assessments that we've done in the past and some that we'll do in the future are far more complex than this. So again, a 2-lot subdivision. And I'm gonna rely on those people who were able to do the site visit. The map looked fine. We didn't see any problems with the map the last time we reviewed it. So I'm gonna read through 1 to 11 and suggest an impact. This form actually has to be filled out and filed. And if you disagree with how I'm typing it, you let me know. And from this, we can then either declare a positive deck or a negative deck. So first one, will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use or zoning regulations? And I'm going to suggest no. If I don't hear any objection, I'm just going to keep going. 2, will the proposed action result in a change to the use or intensity of the land? I'm going to suggest no. Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of the existing community? No. Will the proposed action have an impact on the environmental characteristics that cause the establishment of a critical environmental area or CEA? There is no critical environmental area up in that area, so we'll declare that a no. 5, will the proposed action result in an adverse change in the existing level of traffic or affect existing infrastructure for mass transit, biking, or walkways? It's only one house going in a fairly large size of property. My phone is my watch is very reactive. Will the proposed action cause an increase in the use of energy and it fails to incorporate reasonably available energy conservation or renewable energy opportunities? I'm going to suggest no. Will the proposed action impact existing public or private water supplies? There is none, so no. A public-private wastewater treatment utility? There is none, so I'm going to declare no. Will proposed action impair the character or quality of important historic, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources? One of the map that we looked at last time suggested that there was perhaps an impact, and the applicant's representative wrote to SHPO. They have no problem. There's no impact to a historical or archaeological site, so that would be no. Will the proposed action result in adverse change to natural resources, wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, air quality, flora, and fauna? I'm going to suggest no. Will the proposed action result in an increase in the potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage problems? I'm going to suggest no. Will the proposed action create a hazard to environmental resources or human health? I'm going to suggest no. So is there anybody in hearing all 11 of these that wants to protest any of these and change them? So I'm going to suggest and I'll entertain a motion that, given the impact assessment that we just did, that I'm going to declare or look for a motion that we declare a negative impact, a negative declaration of significance.
I make a motion that we adopt the negative declaration.
Declaration of significance. Second, Peter, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Anybody excusing themselves? Okay. So I will sign this later. Thank you. Okay, so I think we have the necessary paperwork out of the way. So we're going to open the public hearing, and just a couple of notes about the public hearing. If there's anybody here who wants to speak, you can sign the sheet in the back, and if you don't feel like you want to sign it, just raise your hand when we get to that point and you can speak. So this has been previously noticed within the required period of time. It's a project that involves a 2-lot subdivision on 15 Terradon Road. The parcel is plus or minus 9 acres. The applicant is proposing 2-lot subdivision, creating 2 lots, lot 1 being plus or minus 4.5 acres, and lot 2 being 4.6 acres. So if you haven't signed in and you wish to, please do. We'd ask anybody who's speaking to speak between 5 and 7 minutes. If you go extremely long, I may ask you to shorten it and summarize in the interest of time. If there are more than one speaker, the second or third or fourth speaker is pretty much saying the same thing that the first speaker is saying, it might be useful to just give me your your comments in writing, if you have them with you, or summarize, what it is that you are saying. Want to say, please address the board and not the applicant. So these are comments the public might have about the project, knowledge they may have about the project, and so we'd like you to address the board. So the board can make sure we take the comments into consideration. So please don't address the applicant, and of course, there's no ad hominem criticisms of the applicant in any public hearing. So with that, I'll open the public hearing. Do we have anybody who signed the list? Oh, it's right there. There's nobody here. Cram. Anybody in the audience want to speak? Going once, going twice. Okay. So the only items that we had the applicant take a look at was the SHPO issue of SHPO, and they took care of that. And then the only other remaining item is an RMA, a road maintenance agreement / easement. And I think our attorney looked at it. Dave, you looked at it, and you had some questions for the applicant. Nadine is here.
Okay,
Do you want to do that now?
let me pull it up. Why don't you go ahead with,
Okay, well, that was the only thing that I have on the list that needs to be talked about. And I think it had to do with the way in which the easement was previously done as an easement between the town and whoever built the
Yeah, it wasn't-
subdivision.
it wasn't a, okay. The easement, you're trying to move forward now with the document that was written about 20 years ago in terms of the RMA, right?
The owner will have to file basically an updated amendment to that when they file this map. So, once they get approval, it can be a condition of the approval that they update and refile the road maintenance agreement to add the additional lot to it. If there's a number, I believe there's a number already listed there, so I'm assuming they'll have to file some sort of amendment to it.
Okay, is anybody on your side looking at the document?
On our side?
Yeah.
No, he has an attorney, but it needs to be submitted for review. Before they file it, that can be a condition of the approval.
Okay, when I looked at it, first of all, I looked at it a while back, but for a different reason. Mark had asked me to look at it. I was not aware of it, that he was involved with it. And it was for a different reason. I reviewed it again a couple of weeks ago. Yes. The
We didn't
document,
receive any comments.
I gave, did we not send them to the applicant?
No.
Okay, and then, I guess Rick expected me to express those to you today, and I'll pull them up for more specificity. The document was not really drafted as an easement. Not for the users, not for the homeowners anyway. The document was two things. It was an easement in favor of the town for that private road. So the town, for things like emergency vehicles and things like that. And secondarily, it was, and the best way to characterize it was an agreement with the town, not only for an easement, but also presumably the planning board to create an easement, to create a road maintenance agreement. Said basically, we're gonna have our homeowners will have these rights. And for that reason, I mean, stretching it, it could be read as an easement in favor of the homeowners. But that's not what it was drafted for. It doesn't really, it's not really written that way. So at its barest, could be accepted. I'll go back and take a look. It probably is, but what we'd really prefer is, a grant of easement rights to homeowners with the specification of their maintenance responsibilities. And that's not really what it was. It was really a grant of easement rights to the town and a promise to the town that the grantor, who was the developer, would create easement rights. And I can come up and pull up the exact language.
So why don't we do this? Dave spoke to me last week, and there was no time to put together comments to get to you before this meeting. I'd be willing to close the public hearing if you'd be willing to extend the period of time that we have to do the final decision. I think that's the proper procedure, or else we'll just leave the public hearing open. Because I think that the applicant is gonna have to engage a lawyer to deal with our lawyer to come up with an RMA that's sufficient for the town to accept the RMA.
Well, since this is the first we're hearing of it, there's been no comment, there's been no communication since we sent the application in about anything else needed. I would ask the board, did you receive any written comments from the public?
No.
No.
No, the only comment we have is from our attorney about the RMA not being sufficient.
So I would say to provide us comments so that we can address it within a reasonable time frame, and you won't need an extension in the approval because you have 62 days from the time you post the public hearing.
Okay, so we'll get you,
You can make a decision, and that could be a good condition of signing the maps, because the attorney is gonna review the road maintenance agreement and make a recommendation to you as a board. So that can be done, and then once he makes that recommendation to the board, then the maps can be signed and filed. So there's really no reason to leave a public hearing open, there's really no reason to come back to another planning board meeting at this point, when that's the only item outstanding.
Okay, so maybe I misspoke. We'll close, I'd be willing to close the public hearing, but we're not gonna do the decision tonight. Be willing to do it in January, and that would be one of the conditions. When I sign the map, you have 62 days. Rather, when I sign the decision, you have 62 days. From that point in time to, no, 62 days from the time I close the public hearing to sign the decision. So if I close the public hearing, I need you to agree that it might go more than 62 days if the attorneys can't get their act
It can
together.
still be a condition of that decision. The decision can be done with the condition that the road maintenance agreement be accepted by the attorney. And then filed with the map, and the maps don't get signed until that is accepted. So the decision is done. And then that's the end of that clock. So the decision's done, there's a condition that has to be met, and that condition gets met. Because this really honestly probably could have been done for this meeting. So, you know, that lack of communication, we don't really want to promote that, you know, this can go on forever. You know, we're looking.
That's why I
we're
would
looking
close.
to,
Yeah.
close the public hearing.
We can close the public hearing. We'll write the condition, write the decision. The successful completion of an RMA be one of the conditions. Okay, but
Right, that would
Okay.
be a condition.
so for the board. Make sure I get it straight. I entertain a motion to close the public hearing. One of the conditions would be a RMA that's acceptable to our attorney. But we won't have that decision ready until the January meeting.
Okay, make a
All right,
motion
so
to
make a
close the
motion
public, to close the public hearing.
Second.
Second, Hans. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Anybody recusing themselves? Okay. So that's what we'll do. We'll get the decision done for January, and one of the conditions would be an RMA.
The acceptance of the RMA.
That the RMA is acceptable to the attorney.
Why we don't have in our,
I can't hear you.
why we don't have in our folder confirmation that health department permit was extended? Because it expired already.
When it's expired.
Department of Health permit expired on July 29th.
That's. the
And you
permit
mentioned
to
last time
construct,
that
but
that is-
the approval is still good. You put in for renewal for the approval, so we can definitely submit that as well.
Yeah, so it needs.
Oh, you mean the Department of Health?
Right,
Okay.
original, very first one permit expired,
You're saying it expired in July.
July
Oh.
29th.
Okay. Can you get us
Yeah, I mean, there was a renewal done. so,
Okay.
Yeah.
can we get that?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, good. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'd just like to make note that there was work done on his property before approval was done. As we saw it on the map, we saw it in person, the driveway cut in and a building site put on there when that was done before approval was done. So just feel that we need to make note of that.
Okay, so noted. Okay, anybody else? Jennifer?
If I understand it correctly, is there no deeded easement? And if so, if there's nothing deeded, are the adjacent property owners aware of that? Because they would need to be party to any revisions to the RMA.
There is a document which is, is serving several purposes. It clearly grants the town an easement. And it's just not clearly written in a way that you would want to see an easement granted for private citizens. And the provisions are very broad, like equally divided and things like that. And it's not clear that, maybe you mentioned that it would have to be further amended for the new lots. So I would say it's not well crafted for what we want to see currently, but is it barely? Does it barely qualify? So somebody want to point that and say we have an easement?
So Dave, can you, between now, well, in quick order, send the applicant's representative, what you need to see?
And it said it's minimally,
So they-
probably minimally sufficient, but I'll tell them exactly what we would need to do.
Okay, and that way we can get that done.
Yeah.
Or they can get that done.
And just to note that all the homeowners on that lot, on that road, were made aware of that this proposed subdivision was happening on that lot, and they all agreed that that was fine. And that was submitted to the board.
That was nice, thank you.
Yep,
Was that agreement in writing?
It's in the.
yes, it's in
It's an
the.
RMA signed agreement. It's as property owner, Tear Down Road. Private road in town of Rochester, whereas Mark Grasso, owner of 15 Tear Down Road, to subdivide his property is required by the town of Rochester Town Code. We have an existing road maintenance agreement in place and share costs responsibilities accordingly. There are 4 properties in total on Tear Down Road. Steve and Jessica Gray, number 3, Caitlin O'Neill, number 4, Desmond and Cherie Snoff, 12 Tear Down Road.
Is there any, Nadine? I don't see it in my PDF. Is there any property description associated with the easement?
I did not review the easement because it was my understanding that you had already reviewed it, so I can't tell you the language in the easement.
Well, the review you originally did was to make sure that he could subdivide
Yeah,
the property, and then whatever that agreement was, it didn't.
Mark
prevent him
originally
from
asked me to
subdividing.
look at it, to ask whether there were any restrictions on further subdivision. And obviously at the time, that was not the most appropriate thing, so.
So I'll have to have his attorney deal with this because we're an engineering firm, so we're not attorneys.
Okay. I'm fine.
So
But
you
you know-
let me know what needs to be done. If it's already in place and they prove it, that's great. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to provide it. That's all.
Let me ask you this, if
Speak
there's
to
no
that.
property description, you know what I mean, you know what I mean with a property description, right?
You mean by the 50-foot right of way that's shown on the
No,
plan?
no. But, no, when you sell your house to somebody. You issue a deed. That deed has a property description on it.
Sure.
A formal property
Yeah.
description. Sometimes it's in meets and bounds, sometimes it says section 2, lot 1. That's a that tells anybody what specific real property is being dealt with by the document. And that's true whether it's a deed or an easement,
Yes.
right?
So
So if I'm drafting an easement and filing it, so the rest of the world knows that we've got an easement, there's a property description on it. My PDF of this does not contain a property description saying in the town of Rochester, it's lot 5, etc. And it would also typically reflect the subdivision. And if it's not, and my question is, if it doesn't have a property description, then whether or not it gets recorded, which I'm not even sure it could, but if it gets recorded, nobody's gonna know what it applies to. No title company will be able to understand it.
Sure, so. You want both the description of the original right of way for this plus a new road maintenance agreement?
That's let
Why don't you just write the letter to them?
me figure it out. But yeah, that's,
Yeah.
I'd like to see
if you
something
can
else
Let us
that-
know what it is you exactly need, we'll make sure you get it.
I'll figure that out. Thank you.
Okay, do I get from them an agreement? Like, close the public hearing, wait 60 days to do the decision.
That's right.
So I need to get an agreement that might go longer than that.
If you think you need longer than 62 days.
Well, you're gonna do it this week.
well, I'm gonna get it done, but, you know, ultimately, if they don't get us what we need, you can make a decision to disapprove. But, you know, you've already closed the public hearing, you haven't gotten the agreement.
Right.
For these,
You're in
we
a-
just discussed having the agreements as a condition of the decision. So they can make the decision and have it as a condition, and if this is never submitted, then
Then
you
it
never
doesn't
sign the
go.
maps ever,
Okay.
ever. You don't
And
need
Dean
an
is suggesting
extension
that
of
we do
60
it as a
days.
condition, which is also a possibility, given the fact that they've got this agreement, which is, you know, it's already there
Okay.
in an informal way, they could. Get by it.
Okay.
It's probably,
Sorry for the
in this
confusion.
situation, that's reasonably appropriate.
We'll get you the letter, so his attorney can work on it.
I
All right.
wanted to thank those members who did come out on a very cool day for the site visit. We appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Next item is Capella Woods LLC. Who's here representing Capella Woods? Mr. Medenbach,
That's right. That's okay.
Mr. Eggers,
I get that all the time.
interchangeable.
Yes.
Okay. We're gonna do the same thing with Capella Woods, which is entertain a motion that this too is a uncoordinated, unlisted project. If you remember, this was taking a look at maps. This was a 2-lot subdivision off of Franklin Lane. The parcel is 13.48 acres. The applicant proposes 2-lot subdivision, creating a lot 1, which is 4.68 acres, and lot 2, which is 8.8 acres. And we looked at this last time. And I think the only item or items that came up were the shared driveway, and we decided not to ask for a shared driveway, motion to that effect. We also had concerns for the river in the back or the stream in the back. And as well as the siting of the houses to make sure that they were forward of the forest area, and they were. So it's a beautiful lot. The house and disturbance is all in a field area. It's not in the back where the forested area is. So and again, we were moving quickly to try to make up time because we didn't have an October meeting, and we failed to declare this as an uncoordinated and unlisted item. It was recommended as an unlisted item by our plan of Mr. Kirch. So I'll entertain a motion to declare this uncoordinated, unlisted. Do I have that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Peter makes the motion, second. Zorian, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? Okay, so passed. And so now what we need to do, if you again take out one of the sheets, the seeker sheets, then we'll go through the determination of the impact so that we can declare the significance, secret the significance of the project. And again, I'm going to read through it. If anybody disagrees with one of the items, and what I mentioned to be the no or small impact, or moderate to large impact, if you disagree with how I type it, please let me know. 1, will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulation? No or small impact. 2, will the proposed action result in a change in the use or intensity of use of land? No or small impact. 3, will the proposed action impair the character or quality of the existing community? No or small impact. 4, will the proposed action have an impact on the environmental characteristics that cause the establishment of a critical environmental area or CEA? There is no CEA anywhere near here, so no or small impact. Number 5, will the proposed action result in an adverse change in the existing level of traffic or affect existing infrastructure for mass transit, biking, or walkway? No or small impact. 6, will the proposed action cause an increase in the use of energy and it fails to incorporate reasonably available energy conservation or reasonable energy opportunities? No or small impact. Will the proposed action impact existing public or private water supplies? There is no public or private water system here, so no. B, public or private wastewater treatment utilities. Again, none of those exist, so it's no. 8, will the proposed action impair the character or quality of important historical, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources? No or small impact. 9, will the proposed action result in an adverse change to natural resources? For example, wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, air quality, flora, fauna? No or small impact. Will the proposed action result in an increase in the potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage problems? No or small impact. And 11, will the proposed action create a hazard to environmental resources or human health? No or small impact. So given the fact that all the items, all 11 of the items were checked off as being no or small impact, I'll entertain a motion to make a negative declaration in terms of significance, environmental significance.
Make a motion.
Motion's made by Helena, second, Hans, Jennifer? Hans,
Okay.
Hans, you got it. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? We just declare this to have a negative impact on the environment. I'll sign that later, fill out the rest of it. Okay. Bill, let me just see if there's anything else here before we go forward. Oh, we never got a $500 escrow.
No.
Small
She
matter.
came to our office, we said, go to there, take it back. I thought that she was gonna bring it down, okay.
All right, so it's
Yes.
you'll get us that?
Jasmine, did you say you did that?
Oh, you did get it. Okay, wasn't on the list. Okay, I didn't ask you for that, was it? Okay, all right, thank you, Bill. So anybody, so just by way of rules of the road for the public hearing, I said them before for CRAM, that's basically we're looking for the public, if they have any information which would enlighten the board to the work that we're doing here and anything that we forgot, like to hear about that. Keep your comments short, 5 to 7 minutes. And if there's more than one person speaking, if the comments are the same, we appreciate it if you just say what he or she said and just give us the written copy of whatever it is you're reading from. But if you wish to speak, that's fine. So I have here a sign up for a Mark Newman.
Yep.
Mark?
Yep.
Okay, so would you like to make some comments on this?
Yeah, I thought it had to be a 5-acre lot subdivision, or is that not 40 or minimum at 5 acre?
This is in the 3-acre zone,
Right?
so it's AR3. So it only needs to be 3 acres.
Where
And
does it
each-
state that?
I'm sorry,
Where does it state that?
it's in the town code.
And what code is that?
It's this,
Schedule of lot
you.
development standards. Appendix B of the zoning.
so on the zoning map, we don't have that zoning map, or we don't have the zoning map. There's a huge zoning map, which is at town hall, and Jasmine has a copy, I believe, in her office.
Okay.
It puts all the entire town of Rochester into various zones. This particular parcel is in the AR3 zone,
Now called A3.
now called A3. And David just, and there are setback requirements for that zone, there are acreage requirements for that zone, frontage requirements, and it's a 3-acre zone. Sorry?
On the paperwork, it says all front, does it not?
It's supposed to stay.
Oh, so
There's been a, yeah,
it
I
was
just wanted to
typed
point that out.
incorrectly. By. I'm not sure who.
The CEO, and it's still incorrect on our agenda,
It was a
so if you
typo.
receive
No,
the
we
agenda,
got new
you'll be looking
information.
at it as an R5, if you look at that.
We
So
got
that
a new
could be
determination.
the
There's
cause
a
of
typo on the
confusion.
agenda.
Oh,
It was, we
Okay.
never revised it, although in our files, Jerry
okay,
resent his
now I
determination.
understand. So Mark, you're absolutely correct. It says here 5. That came from the code enforcement officer. We caught it, we changed at the last meeting, put in the minutes that it's actually in the 3-acre zone. But the reclassification from the CEO never caught up with our paperwork. So what you were looking at not in the public hearing notice, it did say 3 acres there. But in the agenda that you're looking at, you're absolutely right, it still says 5. I apologize, that's a mistake on our part, but it is in the 3 acre zone.
I would like to request an environmental study on the water ground effects. I would like to request an environmental study on the water ground effects, because that site was proposed and rumored to be a dump site for the Limestone Hotel.
You're saying it was a dump site?
It was a dump site
So the
for
D,
the old hotel. And there was old Freon refrigerators and air conditioners in it, from what I was told, rumored. I'd like an environmental study to be done.
Dave, when you did, when we did the research on the,
Nothing popped up. Nothing in the DEC.
Locator?
so we don't have any evidence of that. Do you have
I don't
Any-
have evidence.
any paperwork of it?
No.
So what happens is when we do the first review, when our planner does a first review, he checks a series of sites, county sites. And what would typically happen if the DEC had declared that some sort of a toxic site or a dump site, it should appear on that. In the absence of that, we never noted it
Okay.
as being that. If you have some paperwork to that effect, be happy to look at that. But unless you do, and our planner took a look at that. There's not much we can't ask the applicant to do something if we don't have at least some initial proof that something might have happened on that site, and we have nothing. I mean, I don't doubt that you might have heard that there was something buried there, but we have no knowledge of it.
Okay.
And there's no paperwork. Do you know if there's paperwork?
No, but may I make
Go ahead.
a suggestion that once we go into the approval, we craft a condition that states should any solid waste be found, it gets disposed to the proper landfill and be handled accordingly.
Is that appropriate to put that in as a condition?
Can you? I mean,
You can,
don't know
my
how
concern-
enforceable it is, but I mean, if it is true that there is solid waste there, whoever is subdividing is going to want to remove that solid waste, and I think you would care where it goes. That's the most important.
Well, just to be clear, when you say solid waste,
I'm talking, saying refrigerators, et cetera. So that, I'm not talking about Putrescibles or anything like that. I'm talking, C and D or,
I'm just talking language.
okay,
If
sorry.
if you put solid waste if you put that as a condition, what does solid waste mean?
Okay, so I'd have to go back to the Part 360 definitions, but
Well, we
perhaps, but I'm just saying,
Or we
in
could-
general, could we craft some kind of a condition that states, should this be
Sure.
found, then it will be disposed at the proper,
Mitigated. Should be mitigated.
yeah,
Any
I don't
hazardous
know.
material.
Okay,
we'd have to work on that language, but I don't know if that makes sense.
All right, so-
It's for the disposal.
if there's no obvious reason not to do that, then we will do it. We'll put a condition in there that says if anything is found.
If you're comfortable.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm just wondering how responsive that is to the gentleman's concern. I mean,
I understand.
you find solid, let's put it this way, an empty 55-gallon drum is solid waste. We can dispose of the empty 55-gallon drum. Or a refrigerator, or whatever is the allegation, but I mean.
Yeah, I see where you're going on that.
Usually if somebody's saying something like that, they're not concerned that somebody's going to build a house on a foundation that has paper towels and things like that. Usually the concern is that there's something that may have been put in the soil back decades ago when nobody was looking, which might end up leaching into something else. That is, I don't know, that's what the gentleman was.
Right, so do we craft it that if it is found? I don't know, maybe we should talk about it.
Then maybe we should drop it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how to handle it.
Well, you can go down a rabbit hole,
Go ahead.
The applicant submitted related to the health department permits that they did the tests.
On the
Correct,
water?
Bill?
They were 4 foot, I think.
Yeah, but did you do a few of them?
Yeah, we've had a couple there. I think that's this septic.
Correct.
So this is for the purpose of ascertaining soil permeability?
Yes,
Would it be the sort of thing that would,
Well, if you found something, if you dig a hole and find something, doesn't make a difference why you dig the hole.
right.
if you find it at the
Yeah,
home?
if there had been like petroleum products, you would see
Right.
staining in the soil.
So, like, they-
I'm just suggesting a series of at least 4 foot deep tests were done and.
How many were done?
We have an engineer here that oversaw them. Why don't we ask him?
I'm not the engineer, I'm the land surveyor. I didn't do the septic, so
He's that good.
I was not there at the site. Yeah,
Sorry.
that was the other guy. that-
Well, you're representing the engineer. Sorry.
Yes, yeah, they did the septic plan, we got it, Ulster County Health Department approval for the septic system on that lot, but I was not there, I didn't see the holes. I don't know if they hit anything or not.
Can we formally request some test bits be done?
We just.
Again, I don't think,
On
I
what
don't,
basis?
I don't think- hang on, I don't think we can. We have there's no specific evidence. Aside from your belief, there's no specific paperwork that would suggest. I mean, we can leave the public hearing open and Bill, you go back and ask the other part of your firm whether or not anything was found, but I have to believe if he found something, he would have said something. I mean, that's,
Put an amendment there to have, if any other hazardous material, once they start doing foundations, will be properly mitigated. for
well,
water-
again, I
water
think
effects.
a legitimate engineer is gonna do that anyway. Us putting a condition in there, we're not gonna go out and watch everything that he does and putting in the foundation to make sure he's not manipulating something that might be there. I mean, do you live near the property? Are you concerned that it's leached into your property? Do you have problems with your water? What
Yeah,
exactly?
once we start digging, I don't wanna have problems. And that's what you're here to do is protect.
Yeah, we are, but we just have
It's only a rumor.
we just have a rumor. I don't know how to handle a rumor. It's hard to disprove a rumor,
Put
right?
An amendment in there to mitigate it if it's found. If
Okay,
it's not found, it's okay. But if
Alright,
it's
we can
found,
put
it
in a
should be
condition.
mitigated, right?
when we do the decision, we'll put in a condition that if something's found, it has to be handled in the appropriate legal fashion. We'll do that.
Can I get a copy of that?
Sure, that's available through the town. You can foil for it when the decision is done. We're not ready to do the decision. That'll be in January. If in fact we
January.
close the public hearing tonight.
Okay.
We'll have the decision in January, and then after the decision is signed, you can get a copy through the town clerk. You can
Yeah,
foil it
okay.
and make sure.
All
Sure.
right, great, thank you.
Okay, no, you're welcome. Thank you. Everybody all right with that?
You could also take the month to see if there more information comes forward. Since you got a month anyway,
Yeah, I'm gonna leave the public hearing open.
you know.
Sorry?
What year was this demolition?
What year did the Feinstein's own the hotel?
I have no idea.
Me neither.
Okay.
Okay, there you go.
That is pop, that's public knowledge. That should be someone's on record.
Anybody else from the public want to speak about this project, the Capella Woods project? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to leave the public hearing open. And what I'll do, so the board, motion second,
Second,
any other discussion? Take a vote. You have some discussion?
About the file that we have. Will board member have more time to make a comments about the application or just now is the right time?
If you have comments to make, now's not right. The motion is on the table. There was a second.
No,
You have an
not-
opportunity to
not-
speak.
Not related to that.
Okay, so we're gonna leave the public hearing open. I'll call a vote to leave the public hearing open. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? So what we'll do between now and the next meeting, if there are other people from the public who want to speak at the next meeting, we'll open it up and they can do that. I'll have a decision ready. We'll read the decision. One of the conditions will be something that we buckle around and compose around how to handle anything that's found there. So do you want to speak on this project tonight or you want to wait
Yeah,
until the next
Yeah,
meeting?
that's a couple of comments.
Does it impact the decision? that I'm
No,
gonna be
no,
writing?
no,
No, okay.
any changes to the map that you want?
yeah.
Okay, so you should have brought those up even before I opened the public hearing.
No, I didn't want.
Okay, so what do you need in terms of changes? to the map?
We brought it up in the past, the plans to have address of the property per our code. There is no address on the plan.
What's not on the plan?
Yes, it's
Oh, the address.
Yeah.
Whose address?
of the flat. If you look at our code, I don't have it near the paragraph, but I brought it up a couple meetings before.
Alright, so-
This bill.
On the title block.
All right, so on
the
this,
title bar.
in the right-hand corner in the
Yeah.
title block,
Yeah,
just put the address,
Yep.
whatever it is, 11 Franklin Lane or
this was
Franklin.
the initial sketch plan from back.
Okay, so let's just put the
So-
address in.
And there's been no changes requested on the plan before, since then, so. This is the same one that you have had all along, so.
And one more time. Rick.
Yep.
One more. We don't have on file anything from Department of Health about the well. Should they investigate it, or because our letter asking them for the well, all we have on the file is a septic permit.
Do you have well permits?
The health department doesn't issue permits for wells. When you go there, you get a permit for septic disposal system.
Right.
Correct. But we don't need a confirmation there is water or no water, it's up to the owner.
You drilled a test well, question mark. No,
No,
you have a location for a well,
yes,
and before you start building, you're going to go to the Board of Health with the well information.
I don't know the details of how construction goes and what comes first and everything. That's not my area of expertise.
That's the other half.
Yeah. I know the health department's involved, but I don't know
So sorry,
exactly what the process is.
I'm trying to remember in other projects, it's always the septic that we're concerned with. The well, in fact,
We just
sometimes gets moved around as long as it's with, it's not within that 100 feet of the septic system, but they do have a tendency.
And
to
if they
move it
don't
around.
find the water, it's up to its bad luck.
Well, they might not get a certificate of occupancy.
Right.
So
the
Jerry,
building-
if I'm
the
not
building
mistaken,
department,
if I'm
they
not
don't have
mistaken,
suitable
he
water.
needs to see
Correct.
evidence that there's water for that's not our
That's it.
shtick, okay? The septic is, but, and the setbacks on, but Jerry gets something from the builder in order to issue the certificate of occupancy. Thank you, Dave. Anything else? Okay, cool. All right, so we had a motion to leave the public hearing open. So we're done with that one. Mr. Agus, thank you.
Okay, you.
Okay, and the last public hearing for tonight is Danford. William Danford. The town is here. This is a 4-lot subdivision. And it's gone through quite a number of adjustments over time. I'm going to go through the same seeker process. Suggesting that this is also an unlisted, uncoordinated, and recommended by our planner. We just never declared it as such, so I'll entertain a motion to declare this to be unlisted and uncoordinated. I'll entertain that motion.
I'll make that motion.
I second it.
Seconded by Helena, first by Peter. Any discussion? Call the vote. All those in favor of an unlisted, uncoordinated designation? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? Okay, and we need to also go through the assessment of the impact. And I'll go through the same sheet. You have a third and final copy of the sheet in your packet of the 11 questions. Will the proposed action, does anybody need for me to go to remind the board of what this was about? Remember, this is the one with the very large conservation area that was created. And at the last meeting, we redid a couple of the lot lines in order to make the conservation easement flow a little bit better. That was done. That was one of the principal items that we changed, and the other one was the shared driveways that we changed. remove and shared one of the driveways from a forested area over to share it with the driveway of another lot in order to avoid a forested area that we were gonna be putting
And another curb.
the driveway through. And I think that was the only other major changes.
That's pretty much it, yeah.
Okay, so let's go through again, if anybody, as I go through this project is a little bit more complicated than the previous two. If you have any questions, you want to object to the way I'm categorizing it, please let me know. So the first item, will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulation? No or small impact. Will the proposed action result in a change in the use or intensity of use of land? No or small impact. Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of the existing community? No or small impact. Will the proposed action have an impact on the environmental characteristics that caused the establishment of a critical environmental area or CEA? No or small impact. Will the proposed action result in an adverse change in the existing level of traffic or affect existing infrastructure for mass transit, biking, or walkway? No or small impact. Will the proposed action cause an increase in the use of energy and it fails to incorporate reasonable available energy conservation or renewable energy opportunities? No or small impact. Will the proposed action impact existing public or private water supplies? No or small impact. Public or private wastewater treatment utilities? No or small impact. Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of important historical, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources? No or small impact. Will the proposed action result in an adverse change to natural resources, wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, air quality, flora, or fauna? No or small impact. Will the proposed action result in an increase in the potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage problems? No or small impact. Will the proposed action create a hazard to environmental resources or human health? No or small impact. Now, having gone through that, and I think some of these might be small impact, and I know that our engineer had some comments about this project, and we'll get to that at some point. Maybe we'll do that. And Greg, if you're prepared to do that, we'll do that before we open the public hearing for the board. And I also want to mention that I did get a public comment, and I don't remember the name of the person, but a public comment about one of the houses across the street was worried about, and it's if you look at the map across the street, it's the Weissman and Duff property. And the concern was with any of the construction of these homes, and this is directed to you, Matt. And I suspect the answer is no from the contours, but I'm not an engineer like Mr. Eggers was not an engineer. So I'm not going to declare one way or the other, but the neighbor was worried about their view shed going across the property that you're developing, across the wetlands, which goes down towards the stream, correct? Concerned about the view shed of the mountains in the back, the Catskill Mountains and whatever mountains are further down the line. So the height of the building is within code. It's a two-story building, as I recall. And the contours from the street continually go down. The houses are not being built on a high contour point, are they?
Well.
Or at least the house on lot number 2, because that's the one right across from Weissman and Duff.
It's not about the same elevation as the road. But it's 480 contour. The
Okay.
road, that's what the homes are.
All right. So I just mentioned that we may ask you to come back to this board with some information about blocking any kind of views and does the house need to be moved? But I just mentioned it to the board. It was the only public comment, written public comment that we got. Greg, do you want to go through the engineering comments that you had?
Sure. You want me to come?
Yeah, why don't you share the table with it, Matt? Or you can sit right at the end there.
Wherever you want me to sit.
Put him in the hot seat.
I just had a couple of minor comments. One, I apologize, I'm not familiar with the road and whether or not it's paved. because that ties in a little bit with the comments. Because my comment is the one
Upper Whitfield Road.
Yes.
That's paved.
that is paved road. So the comment that I had is that the driveway for lot 3 grades at about 5% towards the road. There isn't a detailed road Oh, I'm sorry, lot one. There's not a detailed road driveway profile, so I can only assume that it grades down to the road at about 5%, which the concern would be is gravel from the gravel driveway would wash onto the paved road. So that was the concern if they provide either a paved apron or a negative pitch near the road so that you don't have gravel wash off into the road. So that was the one comment that I had. The other comment, same item, is that having a landing area at the bottom of that driveway for safety purposes, so that during snow or ice conditions, the car doesn't slide out into the road. So just basically having if you can grade kind of a less than 2% at that at the driveway for the first 20 to 30 feet, so that you have a lane. For lots 2 and 4, I know that they do come on to the common driveway, but I think it would probably be appropriate to have a stabilized construction entrance noted for those 2, since they are coming onto the common driveway, which would be of benefit to the existing or to the other users of that product, so if you're tracking them up on the driveway. And I wasn't sure, and this may be more of a planning question, I apologize for coming late on this, but the creation of the landlocked parcel, I don't know if I'm missing something with.
Well, it's not landlocked. You're talking about the lot number 3.
Yes.
There's a driveway, existing driveway that gets to that lot number 3.
So, yeah, there's a shared driveway.
Shared driveway.
easement, And it's code section 140-10
Okay.
and that talks about having frontage on a shared driveway,
Okay.
so.
Okay.
like that.
So, Matt, again, before we get into the public comments, that was a good comment about the gravel and the pitch. Typically, in something like this, in the past, what we've asked for is the portion of the driveway, 10 feet worth of the driveway as it approaches the paved driveway, depending upon the pitch or what else you might be able to do, that winds up getting paved. The rest of the driveway might be gravel, but there's a paved area for at least 10 feet from the Whitfield up the driveway in order to prevent that kind of washout, and also to have the landing pad that Greg talked about. So I think that'd be appropriate.
Yes, I agree.
All right, so
for
the board have any comments about Greg's comments? Any suggestions? So why don't we do that on the map? And again, for the board, still doing a little bit of catch up here. Normally, we would have gotten Greg's comments 2 weeks ago. But that's not his fault. That was the board, the chair's fault. We'll do better the next time.
We need a road maintenance agreement.
Yeah, that's one of the things he's gonna have to. Okay. Yeah.
Forthcoming.
Greg, anything else?
That was all that I had.
Okay.
The other 2 driveways that are tying into the existing shared driveway are basically flat. So there's no pitch or concern with it being gravel in the existing driveway. It's pretty flat as it is.
So they heard all of Greg's comments. They need to have that landing pad.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Still remaining from last meeting, we need the easement and RMA agreement. You're an expert on this now, given your other project.
The
So we
attorney
still
I
need-
work with is hopefully an expert.
So we still need that. I haven't seen anything from SHPO because there was
Yeah, we sent it. We're
we
just
have
waiting.
that.
We have got
Oh,
a
you
sent,
sent
we
it
don't
to-
have a
We had it
response.
sent, no response.
No response, so we need a response.
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean, we'll
get
it.
after them.
Yeah,
Okay,
let me call them.
we need a response. And we'll see if Mr. Weissman and, if John Weiss, or rather, Saya Weissman and John Duff are here, they might speak to the view shed, and you get more information about that, but that's a pending item also. So I'm gonna open up the public hearing at this point, unless the board has anything else.
I have a question about the frequency of installation of markers for conservation area. Right now, they roughly like a 250 feet. Even it's bit far. To make residents aware that conservation area need 100 or 150 feet every.
Yeah, what, I mean, we should figure out, 'cause I've done a couple of these, like, what should be the distance?
So what's being referred to in the past, when we have a conservation area, and Matt put all these notes on the map, you see them there on the right-hand side, conservation area notes. Typically, what happens as well, what Zorian is referring to is that there are, and you, again, are an expert in this, we went through this with another project. There are markers at different points along the property line of the conservation easement. And it's usually at the point where different property lines intersect at the corners. And I guess what Zorian is indicating that in some cases you have a long
Space, yeah.
distance. You have a recommendation on distance?
100, 150.
Yeah.
So it's
What did you
reasonable.
say, 100 or 150? What did you say?
Between range.
So let's do half a football field, that'd be 150. Except where the point you would normally put it might be less, so where there are property lines, if they're only 60 feet.
Yeah.
You put one on the property lines, but where there's a long
Well,
distance,
then,
make it 150.
Yeah, because 250 on, shown on the plan.
That's a
I think
long
that's too
distance.
far.
Yeah.
Anybody have a different opinion about that, Jennifer?
It's in addition, if there are any survey markers out here, maybe we could also align it with this, so if somebody goes out in the future and they survey, they see a notice that there's a conservation easement.
That's a good idea,
Yeah.
yeah. Any stone markers, Matt? Those kind of things, you can put them where those are.
yeah, I'll see.
Anything else the board may have? Paulina?
Pardon?
Anything?
No.
Okay, so let's open up the public hearing. Anybody from the public wants to speak on this? I don't have anybody who signed in.
I did. My main concern is the wetlands. It's completely wetlands below this property. There's wetlands in front of the property that's already existing. I don't know how that's being dealt with and investigated, and
Do you want to take a look at the map? Come on up and take a look at the map.
they say low to no impact on traffic. It's gonna be, 6 more cars coming and going. Now we have to slow down and stop basically to get up our road.
So the area that's all cross-hatched here is what is being called a conservation area. That
So where's the main part of
here's
this?
the upper Woodfield. Okay, so here's the existing house.
Okay. There's wetlands up here. There's, I can't tell. This is the house, this is the driveway. There should be wetlands right up here somewhere. It should be mapped in. I know, I don't know what these wells and septics are gonna do to this wetlands down below. It's right here. And then we live here and our well goes dry at points. How do we know these wells aren't digging into our veins?
Tapping into our.
So the lady is indicating that on Matt and board on site number 2, that there's wetlands right where the house is, Matt.
I mean,
There's
I've
not,
walked this whole
but-
property my whole life.
Show me where she's showing the wetlands.
On lot number 2, right where the house is.
That's a high point.
It's a high point, but I believe
your
it's
house?
wet up here.
Well, maybe
Right here.
damp from rain.
No, I
There's
live here.
wetlands there?
It's,
Okay.
I know where it's wet.
Well.
I don't know if it's mapped correctly yet at this point, but
All
I'm just
all he can
concerned.
go by are the maps that are provided
I know,
160.
I know.
and the testing of the site. If there are.
What's that?
Shale?
What were the flagged
No, it's in a.
things up in front of the
All right,
main?
wait. We got 2 people. Stop. We got 2 people talking at the same time. So you're saying that this is wet. Matt, and all he can go by is when he goes out to the site, he
I know.
looks for, is there obvious water? are there plants, wetland plants of one sort or another, or doing soil tests? And if the soil is a type of soil that would normally be associated with wetlands of one sort or another, then that.
So they're saying that's only down here.
So they're saying,
Just
they are
down here.
testing that it's only down here. Now, I'm not
I don't
gonna
think that's-
quibble with,
No, well,
my property. There's some wetlands and there are some areas that get wet, but they're not considered wetlands, so it may get wet.
yeah,
But it's, that
No, I know the
backyard wetness. This is the wetlands here, which we insisted all be protected,
Yeah.
and not be
it's
disturbed.
designated by the DEC, so.
Well, it's designated 100 feet from the stream, and then he went further and gave us the whole area. So some of these areas are actually part of some of these lots. And the people who are gonna own these lots are gonna be not able to disturb them in any
Alright,
fashion.
Where is the flag lot?
The flag lot is right here.
That's the original
Right
house.
here. And here's the
Which is
shared, driveway.
existing driveway.
This is the existing driveway,
Yeah.
it's not gonna be. a
So the
shared
flag lot
driveway.
is the existing.
And this
You're allowed
garage,
to have 3 houses, well,
Yeah.
shared, after, over the shared driveway.
Okay, so this is.
You got 1,
shared,
2,
shared, and
is shared off of
Yep, and
this.
this guy will have his own.
and is this garage that they put in also gonna be a residence or just a garage? Cause
Yeah,
I
this-
see there's
this
an
is not even
upstairs.
Showing it, this is the existing house.
This is the existing house,
garage
whatever
is
he
up
does
here
there
somewhere.
is not in front of us,
Well,
it would be going to the
okay.
building department if there's some changes he's making
Alright.
to the existing house.
Just wondering about the impact of
But
traffic.
wouldn't we know if it was a residential or that would be the building department as well?
That would be the building department, it is residential. That's
No, I
what's
mean
been-
above, like an extra residential space above the
Oh, if
garage.
he's doing something else to his property, creating an office or something like that, he's gotta go to the building department. to get that
department,
approval. As far as traffic, the roads in Rochester are
Very
made to
narrow.
carry traffic. I realize it's very.
And this is not a main road, it's just only people that live here go there.
It's paved,
And it's also very
Paved.
narrow and we
You
have to
drive it?
stop.
yeah, I've driven it, it's
Yeah.
thin, it's thin.
Very
Yeah.
thin.
Thin. And we have to stop all the time to let traffic go by and there's already 4 more houses down here that were just built. It's getting crazy. And I don't have scientific names to say this, but I think there's wetlands up here. I think there is.
Again, I have to defer to the experts who
I
have
know.
done this study. And
Well-
for the traffic, the road was made and the area is zoned to allow houses unless there's,
Too many.
Unless there's too many, yeah.
Thank you.
okay. So there are, in a lot of the roads in Rochester, they weren't built for 2 cars to pass at the same time. I live on one of those. So the whole issue of traffic,
Is an issue.
respective to the seeker that we just went through. And we haven't voted on the seeker in terms of the impact yet.
Impact.
So I think, Matt, we need to add to the work that you need, the additional work you need to do is what the traffic impact is gonna be on this road from these houses. Dave, you've given us some advice as to how to handle that traffic concern.
Well. It's usually measured by the functionality of of an intersection.
Which would be Bakertown
Yeah,
and us, where the
No,
accidents
no.
gonna happen there
We
every
don't
time.
know what
We're not having
STO
back and
means.
forth, are we? So as I've said before, they're rated A through F. I don't know if there's Greg, have you worked for the town long enough to know of any studies been done in this neighborhood? Upper, I mean, related to the apple orchard or
That's low.
That's low.
with you.
That's low.
we're having you wanna have an exchange or? I.
ahead.
Point being, you're gonna have to be consistent. If you're gonna have traffic analysis for little subdivisions, you're gonna have to do it for all of them, not just one of them. It's probably, from a planner's perspective, inconsequential traffic.
Three houses is inconsequential.
But there are sources, which I've talked to the applicant's rep about, where he could get the numbers if you want to know what kind of traffic demand there will be at morning and evening peak hour. If you want that on the record, that's gettable. I just.
Yeah, I
you'll
don't, you know what,
you'll-
I don't know
you'll
that
need
it's
to
gonna.
Start asking for that.
We
with
could
other
ask for it,
subdivisions.
and you know, I've often said, I don't know what we do with it, and that's not the issue, is what is the impact? I'm looking at this and there's a house on almost every one of these properties. These are the last three houses that could potentially go on this property. It is a small road and it's zoned for this size lot. It's zoned for a residential home. Perhaps there is some dampness there, normal dampness, a swale, whatever, but it's not wetlands according to the experts. And so wasn't included as part of the wetland area.
Highway superintendent looked at this too, right?
Yeah, he did.
Which would be the typical referral to me.
You know what we did do, at least in terms of not having as many driveways pop out onto the road, which can create some problems. So instead of having 2 extra driveways, there's now 3 houses on 1 driveway. So at least that cuts down on the potential for somebody, multiple places where an accident could happen. But as far as doing a traffic study for 3 houses and the impact on it's just not something that I think is feasible. Or something to ask the applicant to do. There are other things that we're asking you to do, and we'll get to a summary of that in a minute. Does the board have any opinion about it?
In total agreement.
And
I do agree with you.
Existing
If it was a
resident
commercial
could have a
property.
bigger family, have three more cars.
No, if it was events.
And using the same driveway, using the same driveway.
Well, the statistics that are available are based on real world circumstances. So they take where they've done actual measurements in comparable settings, you can get values for what a single family house will produce. In terms of average traffic, it is true, the next door neighbor could have 10 cars and, and 6 teenagers, all of them drive, and you could be living alone in the house next door and you're only driving a car out once every other day, but it's averaged.
All right, I'm not gonna
And
ask.
they're on real world, and the statistics that are gettable are based on real world circumstances.
I'm not gonna ask the applicant to do anything more with traffic. But we are gonna ask you to do some things, and we'll get to that in a minute.
I will know.
Anybody else?
Rick, I'm looking at the mapping. I mean, he did map the known wetlands and you had someone go out there and do this, right?
Yeah, the DEC.
There aren't even
Oh.
hydric soils on the property.
Right.
There are substantial hydric soils in the neighborhood, but they're mostly on the other side of the road. They're not on this property side of the road. There's quite a bit of hydric
Well,
soils.
To precisely my point before, that you look for hydric soils, you look for plants that might be wetland plants, and you look for standing water. And if any of one of those major standing water had existed here along with the plants and the soils, then that would have been designated as wetlands, or should have been designated as wetlands. And you said you had the DEC out there?
DEC has mapped wetlands on site.
Okay, may I make a
Go ahead.
comment? And more to Dave. So does this mean we should have the DEC have a wetland validation block on this map?
I have that, I actually have it with me.
Oh,
You want it?
well, I think it should be submitted.
Yeah,
For the.
I thought I might have given it to you guys. but maybe-
I have not seen it, but.
All right, I'll submit. it.
Yeah.
Matt, does it include the 100-foot buffer?
Oh, yeah, he's got 100-foot buffers. It's all
Yeah.
here. It's all
It's
on the
it's
plans. But since they did come out, you should have that wetland validation block, sorry.
Okay, so let's get that on the map.
He has it.
Oh, okay,
It's a
It's
separate.
a separate standalone map that's signed by the,
by the DEC.
yeah,
So it could be an additional sheet.
correct.
Okay.
So it would be referenced in your approval. Dave?
Okay. You'll get us that, Matt?
Well,
Okay. Anybody else from the public want to comment on this project? Yes. Oh, could I have your names, please, just for the record, the 2 people who spoke?
Dave Lane and Jill Schufelt.
Get that?
Yeah.
Dave Lane and Jill
Schufelt.
Shufelt. Ma'am,
Your list of 11 questions, who determines the answers?
I can't hear you, sorry. Who determines what?
Your list of 11 questions, who determines the answers? Because you said there's little to no impact with cars, little to no impact of this whole list. Who determines those answers?
The
Board.
board.
You do. Can we get a copy of that? And can we answer it?
What do you want a copy of? I don't know.
The 11 questions.
Oh, the 11 questions, it's
Yeah,
right
can we
here.
get?
Yeah.
Can we get an opportunity to answer those questions?
Do you want the one after it's been signed by me?
Yes, please.
Okay, you can foil for this,
Okay,
okay? And the name of the form is the short environmental assessment form, part 2, impact assessment,
yeah,
okay?
got it.
Just Jasmine can give you some direction as to the name of it, and she can also tell you who to get it from.
Yeah.
It's a form that you would fill out in the town hall. Okay, and they'll get you the form. Anybody else want to comment? Okay, are Mr. Weissman and/or Ms. Duff, or the other way around, are they here tonight? No, okay. So Matt, you got a couple of things to do, a number of things to do. We need the easement and the RMA.
Yeah.
Okay. You need the SHPO response. You need the work that was suggested by Greg, namely a landing pad. And or some way to prevent the gravel. I think the landing pad will do that as opposed to just grading it differently. Do the landing pad 10 to 12 feet of asphalt, brick, whatever, and the rest would be gravel. We need that block, the DEC map, the block, right? And I'd like you to do something. You tell me how difficult it is, but to give us an idea, since we did get a letter in terms of visual impact. It's a single house, you will be able to do it pretty easily. Is that single house in any way gonna block the other person's view of the mountains? My gut is looking at the topos is no, but I'd like to see you write us a professional letter from an engineer that simply says something to the effect of, if this is correct, the topos are such that there would be no impact on what they're referring to. If you want a copy of that letter, Jasmine can get it to you. It's in our file. And it sounded as if they were worried about the view shed towards the Catskills, which are at this point a good 20 mile, the actual mountain is 20 miles
It's in the opposite
distance.
direction.
So, the view shed of Slide Mountain and all the other mountains.
If they're concerned about the view shed to the Catskills, it's the other direction, it's to the north, am I right?
Northwest.
Northwest.
Well, you know what? I may have
Am I
misinterpreted.
right? I mean, please help me here.
Yeah, you're right.
You're right.
So take a look at the letter. They said
Well, if it's the Shawgums they're concerned about, so say it, but if it's the Catskills, it's the other.
I thought it said the Catskills, but would you look at that letter and would you get us something in writing that
I
for the file?
have a question, I don't know, to legal question, how neighbor can prevent somebody building obstructing the view? That's unclear, it's a legal basis.
Whoa, back up.
We're not talking about prevent, we, the board can issue conditions, we can deny a permit, and in your words, use your word prevent. A neighbor can't prevent anything. A neighbor,
Based on.
wait. A neighbor can give comments that inform the board of an environmental impact. Environmental impacts are not just limited to physical impacts. View shed is one of the environmental impacts. Now, typically, for a view shed to constitute a significant adverse environmental impact, it typically has to be, you know, a public park, publicly used area, and typically an important view. But I don't want to generalize too much. Most people would think that that's pretty absolute. But I would say that any impact, even if it impacts private people, if it's big enough on a neighborhood, let's say, traffic, there's a suggestion of traffic, and this may not rise to that level, but there are impacts that can affect private people enough to rise to the type of thing that we need to study under seeker. But you need to understand, if it does, all it means is we have to analyze the impact and figure it out. And then use that as part of our decision-making process. So even if this were blocking a neighbor's view, the one question, is it a significant, just because, in other words, just because it's a significant adverse impact on one person does not make it a significant adverse impact for purposes of a positive declaration. It's gotta be significant adverse impact on the community. It might be or it might not be, but that doesn't mean the comment is illegitimate. It means that we have to evaluate it in the context of the community impact.
I actually need to probably correct myself, because I did consider that for the Jagged view, the subdivision from Turnpike.
That's an issue.
Right, and here it's subdivision, not just like a one lot.
So, and I think
View.
to put an end to it, because this took longer, these public hearings, and they're very important than I thought they would, but to put an end to it, I'm asking the applicant's representative to give me an indication, yay or nay, that because of the contours, it will or it won't. That's it. Whether or not we have the ability to stop it because it might, we'll cross that bridge when we get there, but we have the right to ask for that.
And that's actually appropriate in terms of studying it,
Okay,
to
fine,
get the information.
So
You
let's,
can-
Once you get it.
we're gonna ask for it.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Unrelated to visual impacts,
What is it related to?
septic approval.
I'm going out there Friday.
Okay, because we don't have
don't
any
have
septic approvals from Ulster County Board of Health.
So you can imagine we're gonna leave the public hearing open. All right, until we get all this information. You need to get it to us in 2 weeks. I'll get you the exact date, but to get on the January meeting. So it'll be December
25th.
20.
You better get out there
Okay.
before it's
December
freezing
30th.
No, I'm in a rush. Friday.
Now, question for
after a
you,
lot of rain.
Mr. Lloyd. We went through, and we didn't vote on this, but we went through the impact assessment. Should we hold off on doing this impact assessment until we come back together again to see if any of these items that I've asked them to do have any further? I don't think so. I think we should vote on this to do it.
Look, we've, as we've discussed in the past, we run into issues when you vote on a declaration of significance, and then you hear from the public as to what the environmental impacts might be, or even worse in this case, you then hear from your consultants or from the applicant why vote on a declaration of significance if there's outstanding environmental issues that you know about, let alone ones you don't know about?
Correct. So we're gonna leave that open too. All right. Anybody else? Thank you.
I'll just know, Rick, for visual impact, there is a visual environmental assessment addendum that can be completed. Its status officially is a little unclear, but
Which one, the DEC?
yeah,
Visual
DEC
assessing
published
and
some years
mitigating
ago,
visual impacts?
correct, an addendum to the EAF for visual impact.
Dave is referring to a DEC document that I think goes back to 2000.
2001, but if I may say, the one thing that guides that is the town would have to have assessed views of importance, like you were saying before.
Yeah, it's a
No,
bit.
it measures
And-
its priority are views from public locations.
Thank
It's
you.
not, the process that defines is not about protecting a private property.
Oh, I'm in
View of
agreement with
anything.
you there.
The process is about publicly shared views. of
Correct.
things,
Okay,
Which you
so
could document using that form.
Wait a minute, yeah, so, okay. Dave's comment is about a very significant detailed DEC document on assessment of visual impacts, in the same way DEC has a document on assessment of noise impacts that we're also somewhat familiar with. These are for, this document, which has a lot of procedures and a lot of rules in it, is typically for a very, very significant thing. An example might be a cell tower that backs up against the ridge or something like that.
Sure.
That would only come after a process like this, where we've identified the potential for significant impacts and the potential for significant impacts from particular viewpoints. And one of the items in the criteria would be, is it a public park? Is it a public, what is it? We're at a different level, I think. We're at kind of a small subdivision level. And there still might be impacts that could affect the neighborhood and could affect the community. And one of the outcomes from it might be that we move a house. The house might move 30 feet. I'm not suggesting it's gonna happen, but the fact that, so, I mean. We could actually look at the DEC document for certain guidance on certain things that we need to go through, but I would not. Recommend at this point using that as the template for this review. The first step would be, let's just figure out if there's anything of importance here. And if there is, then we can figure out how we then take that next step. And in this case, I'm sure Matt would rather, if possible, move a house 20 feet, if that would solve the problem, than going through, hiring, visual consultants to do simulations and things like that, which the DEC document would require to identify all these things. So I guess the short message is, these are significant things that are worth considering at any scale, and that they're worth considering in terms of protecting the public. But really, we can just move forward on a common sense basis at this time. If there's information from the public as to anything that's gonna be blocking them, if they've got a photograph or something like that that shows it to us, or they can explain it, and we can get somebody to go out and crunch that for a little bit, that would probably get us, 85% of the way there without pulling, unless, Paulina, you've got a lot of experience with this through. You look at DEC, so you may have a different take on it, but what stage should we look at the visual impact?
I think it's good enough.
Criteria?
I'll answer that,
I
because I
mean,
want to move forward.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to move forward. Get me what I asked for, what the board asked for. Everybody okay with that? And let's just move on. But I appreciate the comment about all the forms we could be going through if we find something
Yeah, if
significant.
it's like a commercial contract.
Okay, so thank you, Matt.
Thanks,
We're
Matt.
leaving the public hearing open, Matt, and also we're not making the determination of significance.
Okay.
All right. And the next meeting with this applicant will be next month in January. I don't have the exact date, but the public hearing is still open if you want to comment more. Okay, thanks. Okay. Do we want to take a break? 10-minute break? Okay.
Yeah, Dave, I'm talking about that.
Oh,
Ages.
I thought you wanted to see,
Well, I know, but there's a whole handbook on how to do it. That, just have, bing, bing, bing.
Never mind.
Yes, this thing, you've seen this. It's a 2-page checklist.
That's what I've never seen in my life.
Something gets added to it.
Yeah, that's the other problem. You have this, so, you have this.
Bill, you're here for
You have
the
this solar
line
thing.
change.
Some of them love, some of them love it. It's like I'm thrilled to see this going.
Not jump to the next
Yeah, they-
Yeah, but your beloved state took that away from you.
Stupid.
I don't think it'll take you hours of operation. I got it.
Like, don't take that face until we can figure out what else to do. Open up the public hearing. Again, you have to hold a public hearing after you make that, so you want that session.
It's not a line.
It's just a big hole. Exactly. So it's not up there, it says wetlands, there's wetlands on it. This is like. So you guys, I know you don't want to do that.
I didn't get
Gotta hold a public hearing like that. So if you don't have any stuff like that, you're gonna make that meeting 20 times. And, it's two solutions. There's two solutions in the individual one. One is
You guys run late, I'll just leave.
First off, that's not my favorite. Second one is open up the public hearing. Open up the public hearing. Listen to people. And then if you get done, what you do like that, but then you gotta hold this. And you can, then you can, next month and you can approve it, close it.
She met him because somebody picked him up.
Ultimately, no matter what you do, unless we get up here.
Or you gotta
You gotta hear from.
No, you can't.
You don't know where to do this thing.
And so then the worst part is.
The other thing is.
So I come in, instead of dog pound, there's, there are on top of each other.
Whether it's on this. Just.
Sorry, I don't have the type. They're online.
It's only maybe.
The planning board should, remember that, 10, 15, 20 years ago, Republicans used to walk around, with the Constitution and everything. That's- They had, they had a flag with help and they had a Constitution. and a copy. That was what they did. Right? Okay, so the typing, then there's the question of coordination. If it's type 1, which is very, very few of them are, you must coordinate. If it's unlisted, which is again, the voter, it's not that we can choose, and you've been leaning toward uncoordinated, which means you don't have to talk to anybody else. But I don't have to date about this, because my understanding was that it's not used in favor.
Well, there you go.
I think it's to identify
And it is.
involved, not involved, it's a higher level of involvement.
It is.
Their permitting card. And then circulate a notice of that, so that we're doing, all meetings are doing one, big review, one.
The only thing that I don't like it either.
I understood that was the favorite approach, because you guys had to think of some, it's like loaded into your baseline.
No,
It's like,
really, I
why
have
do you
trouble.
want-
It is what it is, but.
I mean, I've never seen a plan favor unfavored.
And,
Again,
I got exposure to our
in these, and also you're lucky that in many cases there are not any agencies. The interesting thing is the board, the health
I
department.
have to put defenders in my yard.
And I need sort of, I don't know whether that's considered.
I know.
But it's not discretionary. not being- So I don't know what, people that don't care about the circumstances, so, I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. We do what we can do. But it doesn't hurt you. And I'm not going to but that's, I'm just letting you know that's the way it's understood. Whether it's unlisted or not, it's just a function of this. Know that.
Oh, they don't.
I say no, and there is something. Some sort of.
It is what it is.
Usually it's on the title of the coordination, you understand.
I want.
That means like. Dave's perspective. I don't know whether my perspective.
I don't know if you got. Text message.
Yeah.
Aaron would- And they're not involved. I'm already saying with this.
So this is exactly right. And they're folding this off. They shouldn't, the only reason they're pissed off, they are. The towers to go. But other than that, I mean, that paragraph is actually semi. It shouldn't matter. Some on the scale of anything. You figure this out.
Well, she.
Okay, let's get back together again. Thank you. Let's get back together again.
Yeah. All right, let me in. You gonna make it?
Yeah.
Huh?
Dave Church, I hear your voice. Okay, great. All right. Board is back in session. The next project for our agenda is a lot line change for RCSI LLC and Andres Svalvo, represented by Bill Eggers. And this is a lot line change on Cantine Road. Bill, you want to walk us through the map quickly and tell us what's
Yeah,
going on? And
like I said,
explain
this
to
is-
us, this is like the second lot line change in less than a year for this property, isn't it?
Yeah, the larger parcel, the Zawil there, that was a lot line change, that was a family property, there were multiple parcels, we reconfigured those. I guess I had it last year, about map 2382. And in the process of doing the boundary survey for that, we discovered that one of the neighboring properties had done some extensive clearing onto their property. They didn't even know, this was way back in the woods, they didn't know what's going on back there. We pointed out to them, your neighbors really doing quite a lot of work in there, have built things way closer to the property line than they're supposed to be. So apparently there was actually a lawsuit involved here, and as a result of the lawsuit, the neighbor is required to purchase this portion of land from them. So
Is
that's what's
that
going
the
on.
portion where it says cleared area?
Yeah, a cleared area with a little green line around it is what they had actually cleared the trees from and everything, probably, opening up the view. If trees are in the way, so they're
All right, so tell me, which, I see the lot line is being deleted.
Mhm. And the new lines are the blue lines.
The solid
kind of
blue
coming to a
lines.
Point down there, the solid lines, yeah.
All right, so the owner who is quote unquote disenfranchised or whatever, because somebody was clearing on their land, is keeping the property that was cleared?
No, they're conveying that 1.72 acres, that triangular piece there, they're conveying that to RCS one LLC
Got it. Okay,
as a result of the court order.
okay.
So
So,
you will buy the land, you will pay them this much, and you'll pay for it to be surveyed.
all right, so the larger parcel lost the case, has to purchase the,
I don't know if
whatever.
I
They
don't know
have
if
to
they lost
purchase
or
the
not, but.
I think it's the other way around.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the one that has the sort of triangular shaped one, RCS one,
Yeah.
they were required to purchase that
That's what I
property
understand,
from
is they were
Swazi.
required to do so, yes.
Okay, because it was cleared.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Everybody clear on that?
Yep.
Okay,
Pardon my pun.
so these lot lines are very simple. Do we do seeker for lot lines? I don't even remember.
That's,
It's on your.
no,
It's a lot line adjustments, type two.
I think it is, and unfortunately, my laptop,
Okay, crapped out.
so.
All right, so I'm gonna assume that
I'll
Dave is the.
I'll look quick.
Okay, real quick. Any comments from the board while David's checking
These
it?
are lot lines type two.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion to type this as a type 2, which means it needs no secret review.
Right.
I entertain that motion.
Motion.
Jennifer makes the motion, second.
And
Yeah.
second.
David. Dave made the second, all in favor?
He's looking it up.
You just said it was type.
I told you that my
I thought I heard you say.
It doesn't require secret.
Doesn't tell us.
You need a cord? Do
Say
you
again?
wanna get plugged in?
Anybody have any comment while he's looking it up on this? All right, let's just give it a second.
By the way, this is why we don't have to vote on typing the issue, he's going to find it. 617.5?
Yeah, I'm there.
Sixteen, granting of individual setback and lot line variances and adjustments.
Type 2. Okay,
Section 16.
so we have a motion, we have a second. Who's the second?
Dave.
Okay, Dave. All in favor?
Uh,
Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? So it's a type 2. And we just need to vote on the lot line. What I do is certify it. There's a legal document here. Do we typically read this? No. Okay, so we don't read it. It's a standard certification of the lot line. And all we do is vote on the lot line certification. So I'll entertain a motion to certify this lot line as represented by the map. Hans. Second by Peter, all in favor? Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? I'll sign this tomorrow, I'll sign everything else. Alrighty. Lyle, I think you're next.
I didn't even know you're done.
You're done.
Certified your lot line. I need 5 final maps
Okay,
and a Mylar.
thank you.
All right, Lyle, so in the process of sending your material up to the county, which we thought we had to do, Jasmine discovered. We didn't have to send it to the county, so
Okay.
you don't have to, it didn't go, you didn't have to wait the 30 days, which would have taken you sometime into the end of December.
Fantastic.
So you're in good shape for that. I hadn't asked you before, but we need, or did I escrow for 250?
Oh, you hadn't, but I can give that.
250, that's just to cover the eventual public hearing that we do. And if there's any review by any of our consultants,
We need to do that in the motion.
so we need to do that as a motion.
Yeah. I'll make that motion.
Peter makes the motion for 250, second by Jennifer, all in favor? Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? Fine. Last time that Lyle was here, we had asked for some adjustments to the map. To represent, first of all, the presence of some shielding in the back by way of trees. So that's on the map. There was also a request to rejigger the existing storage area to show that as encompassing a previous building, an existing building that wasn't included in the previous existing storage area. So that's been done. And I think that was about it. So we do have a new map. Does the board have any comments about what they're looking at on this map?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
The west elevation is actually, should be called east elevation. It's not looking from west, it's looking from east.
Why, who did the map?
Megan Buchan.
Bill Eggers left? This is like.
Alphonse and Justin.
This is like.
Big wall in between those
This is like Saturday Night Live. Alphonse and Costone. Okay, so are you gonna carry it back to Mendenback to tell them to fix the map? No, you're not, so you've gotta tell. Yeah, you gotta, he's gotta twist it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Soren.
Right, another one, existing storage area on the left is named incorrectly, because if you look at satellite image, there is nothing there. It would be called instead as a future proposed storage area. You look at satellite image. Right there,
So on the left-hand side, as you come in your driveway,
there is
don't
no
you have,
storage right now.
well, the satellite shows none, but I could swear the last time I
There are
visited,
bins there for holding materials.
yeah, there's
And
been.
then there's also.
So maybe it's all the.
There must be an
The
old one.
absence of material at this point, it's a, you know, it comes in, it goes out.
No, I know there's storage there.
Yeah.
So Soren, there's storage there,
Ooh.
okay?
What is it?
Check your camera or
This
your
is-
drone.
This is from county.
Next
okay.
one, sorry, next
Sorry.
one.
Okay,
Forgot what the.
okay.
Date
that's
is.
it.
Anything else, Soren?
No.
Anybody else? Okay, so, go ahead, Jennifer.
On the area that's labeled existing storage area, kind of in the middle,
Which,
right here. This part right here.
I don't have that, I'm not sure.
It's this. Right in the middle, it's right here.
Okay.
To the right of the existing stockpile?
Yes, is
Yeah.
what is stored there?
Currently, there's some firewood there. Again, it comes in, goes out.
Okay,
And it's proposed, I don't know. It's a business, so I don't know. We don't store a lot of material, it's just a matter of. I need to document it on here so that if I do
not to utilize it, it's on paper.
And is it just stored on the ground? Is there gravel?
There's a gravel base there.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, so, Lionel, a couple of things. We need the, 250 for,
Rochester or planning board.
Town of Rochester.
there you go, kind of Rochester. When we eventually get to the point of doing the decision, I think I told you this before, all of the old items that were on your old site plan, like the size of the stockpiles and all that's gonna be repeated on there.
Yeah, nothing, for the most part, everything is pretty much the same as far as the business aspect of
Mhm.
the business, material wise and so forth. It's just the addition of the residence.
Okay,
And there are some subtle changes. I've owned property for 20+ years. And over the course of owning the properties, there's things that worked or appeared to have worked, and then we've kind of revamped and, made that decision to just kind of shuffle things around a little bit. And that's why we put everything, the changes on there.
all right, so I think we're at the point, where we can, entertain a motion to, set the public hearing for January. So I'll entertain Hans, motion, second, Surian, any discussion? All in favor? Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? Okay. So while the public hearing will be in January,
Okay.
all right?
Yeah.
And again, we don't need anything from the county.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
And again, I had addressed a waiver, and I think you had said something about.
Well, you would ask for a waiver
public
for a
hearing.
public hearing. And I typically won't do waivers for public hearings because the purpose of public hearing is public input.
Right.
And this is right along 209. The
It
public
was
may
just my
have-
understanding that if I was changing the business aspect of the lot, then that would kind of.
Well, you are
because then
changing.
I'm basically adding a residence, which is gonna be my.
Well, that was
residence.
probably somebody's opinion, but it's not mine.
Okay,
All right, so you're adding a residential house and I want to have the public hearing,
okay.
allow the public to comment. I'd rather do that than the public to say, why didn't you have a public hearing? You're hiding something, blah, 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 blah. You
Yeah,
don't want
I'm
that.
right on 209. So
I know that, but-
So,
Just by way of form,
yeah,
which sometimes is or isn't substance, but I think it's substantial when it comes to letting the public comment.
and if I can just add a comment is,
Sure.
I know you only meet once a month.
Right.
And because this, your agenda seems to be very, very full, might be a suggestion, maybe you go meet twice a month, kind of.
Well, we do.
We do.
We
We started
have-
last.
Yeah,
We
but
have
you don't have, well, maybe now you are, but this process started in August for me. And you didn't have meetings in October and September, which kind of, now I'm in the winter months.
Right.
So.
No, we aren't doing 2 meetings a month now. We won't have one in December unless the board wants to meet on New Year's Eve. I'm fine.
No, not
I
gonna
don't-
happen.
I don't go out on New Year's Eve.
I don't either.
Supply of champagne.
Adam, it's not gonna happen. I have one comment on this application, if I may. I know you provided the map and you're saying approximate location of the trees, and I had made a comment about your prior approval had indicated that there was gonna be, staggered trees. And now what we did get is its approximate location of existing of 33 pine trees. I don't know, I'm looking at Google Earth. So I don't know if you want.
I know Peter's gone out by the property or, you're certainly welcome
Can
to
I-
come look at it.
Should I go through your yard or?
Yeah.
Okay, but I mean, not.
So Helena, he put them in already.
The trees are there.
He put them in.
They are in a W.
I'm not gonna ask him, I agree with you, in terms, they should have been staggered, they should not have been white pines, because they don't provide a lot of shielding. Right, but they're in, he put them in even before, in August sometime, I think.
August this year?
Well, actually, we put them in like, I think June or July.
Of this
Okay.
year?
Yes.
Okay.
But
So I'm not
those-
gonna
those
ask them to-
existing
Okay,
trees
okay,
there-
because I'm looking at Google Earth and I'm seeing those, so as long as
The prior
there's a
application
buffer from
20-some
the,
years ago, a requirement was that there would be some sort of a green or a fence or some
Right.
sort of shrubbery in there, so and again, there's nothing in writing that says there has to be a specific type of tree.
right,
You
you
know,
just want any kind of an effort.
Right, and they're somewhat economically affordable for us, so we planted pine trees which grow somewhat.
Yep.
quickly. But there's, in the future, we plan on maybe putting some more like, burning bushes or forsythias of some sort.
My recommendation is, go to Saratoga Nursery, you can get bare root, very cheap, very inexpensive. Put them in now, well, not now, but
Right.
sooner,
Yeah,
and
because
then
we
in
also
20
want
years,
the
you'll have a
trees
nice.
on our neighbors as well. It's,
Yeah.
trying to be good neighbors and such, and, you know.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Perfect.
You're done. Thank you. We'll
Thanks,
see you
Bob.
next month.
Thank you.
Thanks for the check. For the town. Okay, the next project on the agenda is Alan Linda LLC. Are you acting as Eggers or Medvac? So, Bill, this is a new project,
Yes.
and what I'm gonna do is just have you, we're not gonna go through this a lot, we're just gonna give you have you give us an overview.
Yeah.
And then what I'm gonna do is make sure that we get escrow, we'll vote on the escrow, and I'm gonna assign it to Dave Church. For Dave to do an analysis of it and to come back at the next meeting, so this will be one of the ones where we need a write-up, Dave. But why don't you give us an overview, and if there are some questions from the board at 50,000 feet, fine, but let's not get into nitty-gritty until we get something from our planner. Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is Route 209. This is the Stonehouse Tavern, which you should be familiar with, right there on 209. North of Accord, heading towards Stone Ridge on the left side. So this, for those who were on the board last year, apparently they were here last year to get approval for their site plan. In which they were doing, putting in additional outdoor spaces. They've got a little stage up there, some covered dining on the hill behind the restaurant. So that was here last year, and they're kind of a strange shaped property here, sort of an L shape. You wouldn't recognize right away, but this L goes around the back, and there's an existing mobile home back there. And coming off of Airport Road is what's the old Kings Highway or Dugway Road, or I think there's another name for it.
Stand Hill.
Stand Hill Road. So it's got like 3 different names. So that's a private road that comes in there. That serves several residences, including this mobile home. So at this point, they're just proposing to do a subdivision to cut that mobile home off of the rest of the off of the restaurant property. And that would be with 2.29 acres with a mobile home. That's all separate, well, septic, everything is all completely standalone on that property. And that would leave them with 3 acres with the restaurant. That's basically it.
So why are you proposing a subdivision and not just a lot line change?
A lot like,
Divided.
this is all one property.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, okay. Anybody have any general questions?
I have a comment.
Yeah.
As I will, sorry. Just for
Wait,
the
wait until after he does his review, or is it?
No,
important right now?
it's pertinent.
Go ahead.
Just make sure that when you have your final map, that it depicts the current conditions of the neighboring lots. You know, and continue New York State Route 209 onto the map, show the house that's next door to the restaurant, just the features that are germane to this application.
Right.
I mean, I understand this is just a sketch
Yeah,
plan,
yeah.
but when you finally get to the final, just put
Mhm.
those, you know, you don't have to go into huge detail, just the box on it.
Can I have a problem?
And Bill, is the mobile home, is that staying? Is that leaving? Are you putting up a full
Apparently
structure?
that's-
Is it just,
That's gonna just be, I don't know if they're gonna sell it or, I don't know, I don't even know why they're separating it out at this point, but I don't know if they're planning on selling it or if it's for purposes of financial purposes of the restaurant property. I don't know.
okay, but they're just leaving the mobile home.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, no.
Any other general comments,
Yeah.
questions? Go ahead.
Should there be a septic area shown on that property? You show in the.
On the mobile home, yeah. In fact, when I was reviewing it before I came here tonight, I put a little squiggle in there.
I see.
Location is septic. It's right between the mobile home and the road there.
Okay.
Okay, so let's show that
Yeah.
along with
And you're
the
gonna
100
change
foot.
to Sand Hill Road? Get rid of, because everywhere. it's-
We may add that to the rest of the list, names that are on there.
Yeah.
'Cause I think
and
there is
and I-
street
and I
signs.
As I commented before, you need to put address of the lot on the title of lot.
Okay,
Is there another question?
go ahead, sure.
Bill, there's an entrance on the back of proposed lot 1, there's an entrance on Sand Hill Road, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
right. That's the existing road there.
existing road.
That's just okay, let's go to, is that in the second
Because it looked like from the map, it looked like it.
They do actually use that, I guess, as a secondary access there. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
For the concerts, they have people to come in off of.
Is that permitted?
Probably is.
I'm not sure what they have on the.
I don't think that the previous permit was mentioning getting.
Yeah.
From some.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The question is that there's an access road off the backside of Sand Hill Road,
There was.
For lot one.
Yeah.
to lot one.
Yes.
Is that permitted driveway, permitted use?
I don't think it was in previous permit, they specifically built a road to get up there.
Yeah.
That was how presented to planning board, if I remember correctly.
You're talking about
Was
the
it
road
emergency access? Okay.
in the back?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's emergency access or not.
It
So we're
is
asking
used.
whether or not it's a permitted use? The road in the
Yeah,
back?
we need to take a look at
No.
previous application.
I think we need to understand, is it going to
No.
continue to be used?
No, there is.
You can drive it up from the front from the restaurant.
Yeah, but they do
They build a road.
prefer you coming in the back.
So I'm sorry, Peter, are we asking whether or not? It looks like he's got a road back here to go to Sand Hill Road. He's got an access road.
Right.
Is that on the current map? I think the question is that we approved a year ago.
Is the road on the map or is it the use?
Did we approve a road going onto Sand Hill Road from lot one?
For emergency services is what was the site plan approval for the restaurant. That access was for emergency services. You want to check your approved plan. That's what's shown on there. Shows a visual removable barrier to block the entrance to that road from the upper parking area.
That's right.
Doesn't have anything to do with the mobile home, but as far as the restaurant use, yes.
That's right. And so that's not on the map. I don't see it anywhere on the map. It didn't carry over to this map because on the previous map, that would have been on there as a
Emergency access.
emergency access
Yeah.
only.
We didn't fully detail everything that was on the site plan. We just showed, as a subdivision, we showed the physical features here, as far as
Okay,
the buildings, the driveways and things like that. But we didn't actually show all the details of what was approved for the site plan.
so this is gonna become a new map and that should be carried over. That there is no access, there's only emergency access back
Mhm.
here.
Yeah.
You should
yeah.
carry that over.
Yeah, we can certainly note that.
And if you pull out the old.
According to that approval.
Well, there could be two sheets, Rick, existing
Right, and then
and what.
what's gonna
was-
be,
What was approved.
so Jasmine's gonna pull
Or you
the
could put them
old,
on one, but it'd be a little busy.
Yeah.
so Jasmine's gonna pull the old one and we can take a look at it and figure out if we're gonna have two separate or put it all on one. Okay,
Yeah.
but at least what you come back to us with, Bill, indicate that it's an emergency access only. All right, any other questions or comments?
I have a note in here that I made to myself about, there was some sort of SHPO. On this property that I saw. Okay.
Dave will pick up
I'll
on
pick up
that
on it,
in
yeah,
his,
just-
so let's hold
Yeah,
on that.
okay, just a
Okay.
question.
And Bill, I need $750 for escrow.
I'll make a motion to.
I second it.
First by Peter, second by Helena, all in favor, $750.
Hi.
Everybody is in favor, anybody opposed, anybody abstaining, okay? So Bill, you need some changes to the map. Dave is gonna do a whole review for us. And assuming that you get a new map in. You know what? Dave will get the review done, certainly done before the next meeting. He'll probably be on the agenda for the next meeting. There's not much for you to do here yet, depending upon Dave's review, so we'll expect to be here January. Okay,
All right.
Question.
sure, Jennifer.
Site plan approval for the previous use, it was like in the last year or so.
Yeah, July.
It'll be moved over.
Last year.
So would it be possible to just maybe simplify things? Would it be possible to pull as part of this review to basically say that this review is also subject to the approvals as of whatever the previous, so that we
Yeah.
don't have to redo the approvals, and that might also help for the environmental review, because if they've already done SHPO, we can say you've already done SHPO. Does that make sense?
That does make sense.
Because it wasn't that long ago.
No, it's- Dave, you should have that all accessible in the
Yep,
Google
it's
file.
still in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would
be
still
under
be in
Stone
there
House
under
then.
completed
2023.
2023. There's a
Okay,
file for completed, Jasmine will
We'll
look
get
at it.
Lori and send you the link.
Jennifer makes a good point about using some of the old information. I don't remember whether we did SHPO last time.
Well, that was just gonna be my point, is that for the last year's action, SHPO would have come up, so did we
It
get?
should have come up.
It should have, I was not on the board then.
It was
Um,
not any
But Dave will catch it this
Yeah.
time. So let's look at the old one. We meant to be able to save us some time. Anything else? Okay. Bill, I think you're done unless you have questions.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, it's good first pass by.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now, done for today.
Oh.
I'll be with you all in just a second. I'll just make some notes.
Again, Matt. So,
Okay. The next item on the agenda, Matt, you're back. Is
That's a little similar.
project Mr. and Mrs. Nickenberg. It's a you have the map in front of you. It's a parcel in the R2 zoning district. This was also before us about a year and a half ago, wasn't it? Right. So we have some work that's already been done. Everybody have the map? Matt, you want to give us an overview of what we got here?
Yes, this is Matt Nickenberg, Flora property. So basically, it is a 270 Ridgeview Road. It's in the R2 low density residential district. It's 5-acre property. There's an existing single family home. The front portion of the property pretty close to the road. What we want to do is subdivide. So the front portion will be 2 acres, flag lot, and then in the back, it's a 3-acre parcel. Subtract the flagpole part. 2.8. Pretty standard single family home, driveway is about 300 feet, and that's yet health partner approval. There's no wetlands on the site, no critical environmental areas or anything like that. It's not the core forest zone. I looked it up. It's like the 60 to 80%.
So, but they cite as highly forested.
It's
Core
forested.
forest.
Yes, it's wood.
There is core forest.
So, yeah,
But it's not it's 60 to 80.
No, there is also core forest. This is all the stuff.
the dark green is the core forest, right? On that map?
Not the green,
Dark.
but,
Yeah,
So it's light. I'll take a look again, but I thought it was the lighter,
but
Less.
this green is 60-80. But this, everything line up, it's core forest.
all right, so take a look at it.
Yeah.
We're gonna have Dave do, Dave, this is another one for you to do a complete overhaul on. Look at it, at it for core forest.
I have a question. We
And
have
David,
all
hang
the
on.
new standards with the new code.
What's that?
You have a whole, which we'll talk about later.
Right.
You have you have heavily amended subdivision regulations that require new analysis.
So this one will be one of the first ones that we're looking at as a new project with the new code. We'll see what the impacts are. At the very least, you're gonna need to tell us where the disturbed areas are, where they're not. Core forest is very important, so we need to make sure we know where that is.
All
And
the
then based-
farmland,
Based on the standards, we may ask for some changes in the layout, as you're very familiar with the other project.
Yeah,
The one we spoke about last week.
yeah.
Okay. So since Dave is gonna do a full analysis, again, high level comments, questions,
just
let's
general.
do that. Go ahead.
You just said you didn't have any wetlands, but on your EAF, you,
That says adjacent properties too. I think
okay,
that's what nothing came up on the site.
or adjoining, okay, and then the other thing was on 17. You mentioned stormwater and it will discharge to adjacent properties.
I mean. how
I
do
don't
you
know what
answer
to say.
that
I don't know, are
question?
we allowed to do that?
I mean, water hits a roof of a house and then it
Okay.
goes somewhere. I just don't know.
Okay, and then the other thing with your EAF, the electronic submission, the last page, the EAF mappers summary report, you gave us the
That one,
Upper
yeah.
Whitfield.
Everything else is the same. I was wondering
Yeah.
if someone was gonna catch that. Yeah.
Hi. Sorry.
Jennifer, you had a comment
Just
about,
on the stormwater note, I think it is required, you can't,
Yeah,
a new action cannot result in additional stormwater entering adjacent properties.
So,
So you have to.
so that's for, I mean, those stormwater regulations are for, if it's a single family home, it's for 5 acres. I think you're talking about DEC.
I think it's all stormwater.
I think it's all stormwater, you can't convey, you
And
cannot,
stormwater can't go to
Right.
an adjacent property.
yeah, there's a difference between. I mean, you're talking about the 1 acre or the 5 acre has to do with the full SWIP.
That's yeah, where you
But-
have to actually mitigate
Right.
stormwater flows with just a single family home like this, there's no DEC regulations. For stormwater.
I'm not gonna
mitigation.
agree or disagree.
We should check, because my understanding is that you can't undertake an.
You can't
action.
dump water on.
onto someone else's property,
Yes.
is my understanding.
I don't believe that the stormwater control for this would be more than a swale. I don't
Right.
think it's
Yeah.
significant. It's minor, but I do believe it's
But
required.
it's checked.
But I'll
in-
defer to the experts.
So Dave,
There.
if you could pick up on that to see whether or not,
Sure.
all right. I don't know what the regs are. I know what they are for the SWIP, but it doesn't make sense to be able to dump water on somebody else's property.
I mean, it's not dumping it, it's just it was.
Well, direct it
was
somewhere else.
soil,
Wrong
and then
word.
you put a road there, that's gonna generate more runoff and it's gonna go somewhere.
So figure out a way for it to go not on somebody else's
You
property.
could grade the driveway
Well,
inward.
Water flows down, so that might be an issue, but
Yeah,
I think, but you used a critical word, which is more. If you could engineer it so that it doesn't discharge more water onto that person's property, which means in this case, I think with the road, you're not getting more water, you're just getting an acceleration so that there's a greater concentration of it, and that concentration may need to be leveled out.
right, so there would be more initially.
Well, but
less
that has to
later.
be, but the point is if there is currently discharge onto the neighbor's property because of natural topography, that discharge would probably continue, and there may not be a way around it. But you don't want to be, if you're increasing concentrations and things like that, that's a clear problem. I mean, especially depending where it is on the property, it might be a very acute problem if you're interfering with the use of it. So I think the concept would be that it has to be leveled out. Again, anybody who researches the regulations should be able to tell us in more detail, but you can't just say, I hear what you're saying, which is that it's kind of natural, but the concentration is not natural, and that's gotta be well.
That's really.
So I can direct,
That's where you
like,
get
well, we
complaints
can
from
direct
neighbors.
roof leaders to a flatter area. Or something, so it sheet flows. I mean, that's. kind of typical.
Dissipation or some detention basin slows down that level of concentrate,
Yeah,
the engineer would know
so the
better.
detention basin, that's where we get into what's required by the DEC for a SWIP, and we're not anywhere close to that.
No,
So-
but that requirement for SWIP is general, it's for anything that's using 5 acres, but here you've got a
1
particular
acre.
issue where you've
1
got,
acre is commercial.
Right.
Not residential.
but the point here is that you have a separate problem, which is that, I mean, again, that SWIP applies anywhere you're doing 5 acres to 1 acre. This is a situation where you've got to discharge onto a neighbor's property, so you've got a separate issue other than SWIP requirements. And so without, again, pending the research on the regulations, you may just have to attenuate that concentration.
I'll figure something.
Yeah, I don't know what
I mean,
It
it's
shouldn't be
every
diff-
single house that's built,
it shouldn't be any different.
runoff flows to an adjacent property, every single house. that's built.
All right, you know what? Let's look at what the regulations say. Let's take a look at the contours. You'll be back here in another month.
Yeah, I'll be better.
Okay.
What, do you know what the percentage of the slope is?
Yeah, it depends on where you're looking, but, this,
Say behind on the backside of the driveway toward the neighbor's property where it looks like it's going down.
where it
toward the
goes
neighbor?
steep, that's 15 to 18.
Yeah.
So we're staying up from that. We're not gonna get into that area.
So the driveway itself is not 15 feet
No,
in the house, right?
no.
But over here, that those lines come closer together, and especially toward the middle, it's pretty close. Yeah, got it.
I'll let you figure it out. I mean, there's enough land here to create an area where the water could go.
Dissipated or something.
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna,
That's fine.
we're not gonna figure it out here, but, okay. Anything else from anybody in general? That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom. All right, so we got the escrow. Dave, you're gonna do a write-up.
I think we need to vote on escrow, right?
I'm proposing $750 in escrow. I'll entertain a motion. Hans,
A second.
second by Peter, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody abstain? Okay, what?
Going back to that court forest, so if it is court forest and you agree with that, would it be prudent to move septic area away from court forest and put it down from the house or whatever the direction it is,
Yeah,
south, west?
I could look at that,
So
we may need to pump,
sorry?
we may need to pump the septic if we're gonna move it, you know, closer towards the road. Up the hill, out of the court.
Not towards the road, down on,
I guess
down on the plan, but it's the southwest direction.
South, yeah, I mean, that's kind of up the hill.
This way.
Oh, but it's basically parallel to the house.
I'm not. We're talking about like right here,
I'm talking about down here.
yeah, we would have to pump. I mean, that's the same elevation
Right,
as the
right.
house. But
Okay,
there's
so
a
you
chance
don't
we
have a
would have to
slope.
pump. Yeah. I'm probably gonna be out here on Friday doing soil test, so I can poke around
Yeah, so you
there.
don't disturb the core forest essentially.
I'm not gonna cut any trees down. It's not doing that.
Well, you should just look at the new subdivision regs, because as we met in your office on an unrelated
Yeah,
project, you've got the whole farmland soil,
Mm.
right? You don't want to start moving things because of forest and plop it down on another resource. It's
Right.
now got, quantified restrictions in the new code.
Check the overlay.
There are limitations on disturbance now to prime farmland and related soils. There's new restrictions on development on slopes above 15% degrees, which you've got some, right? So they just have to figure out the best arrangement here.
Yeah, that would be the first thing, to take a look at the new code and see whether or not where you have stuff works with the new code. And then after that, if it does work, to Zorian's point, are you impacting core forest or not? So
yeah, I might be able to kind of massage the lot lines and bring the house closer up. That's a possibility.
all right, so we'll have a first review from Dave at the next meeting, and this may need to go through a couple of iterations after he looks at it in light of the new code. That you know what we went through on Monday, rather Friday. So there could be some things that you're gonna pick up on also.
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
There could be some things that you picked up on. You went through that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's all.
Okay, anything else? All right, so we'll see you next month.
Great.
And David, we need a recommendation as to how to type this for secret purposes. All right,
Understood.
all right. And why? All right, next project is, I'm gonna call it, it says 2EL LLC, but I'm gonna refer to you guys as the EV station project. So everybody's familiar with the bus garage out on Route 209.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Across from the area where we were looking at a gas station, of course. Medica Hunts is to the what, to the west? And you have the Reformed Church off there to the where's that, the east? So I have lots of comments, but I'm gonna let you guys just give an overview of what you're doing. my comments, and I think a lot of you probably picked up on this, is that there's a previous site plan approval going back to 1990, which suggests a limit to the number of buses that can be permitted on this site. And some of you called me to alert me to that. And I was aware of that. So such that the number of EV stations that they're planning on putting here, and the number of buses that they're planning on swapping out diesel or EV for diesel is alone in excess of the number of spots that were allowed under the 1990 site plan, that's number one. And then on top of that, there are additional buses that are still going to be diesel that are proposed to be parked here over and above the electric buses that are being brought in. So, and again, thank you for those who told me with those comments. So we've got that. The other thing to deal with is, and this is Paul Morrissey, and would you gentlemen introduce yourself, please?
I'm Corey Vancourt, I work for First Student.
For First Student?
We're just on First Student.
First Student, okay. The other issue that and that's why, Greg, I asked you to hang out, is I'm not an electrician, but it seems like adding 25 EV stations or 27 EV stations is quite a pull on the electrical capabilities in this area. I know you gave me something from Central Hudson. I read it twice, 3, 4 times, and they're just telling you, make sure you pay your bills and make sure you give them a deposit so that they keep giving you electricity. They didn't talk at all about the draw on the electricity in that area. So, and the reason I'm babbling about this, when we go through seeker for this project, this would be one of the areas of seeker for sure, is what the impact on the existing electrical capacity of this area is. And when we go through, is this a coordinated review or not? I think it is. And the involved agencies are going to be not Central Hudson, it would be the PSC, I would imagine, Public Service Commission, and probably DOT. Those are the two primary ones. Those are the involved agencies, and then the other interested agencies, the fire department, since you have a fire here with the EV stations, what does that do? So there are other agencies involved, but the involved agencies that I can think of at least two, and one is, I think, is pretty important, just to draw on the system. So that's something new that that came up in reading and rereading this thing. So you did get a narrative. So, Paul, why don't you just give us a summary of your narrative that you provided us with? Yeah. Spending time on total number of buses, whether diesel or electric, right? How many are EV stations? Explain to us how you got to the position of the number of buses that are there when the permit is only for 20, and what you're going to do about that. I have some thoughts as to how we might handle it, but I'd like to know what you guys do about it. Because you're out of compliance right now. That's not our concern in a sense.
Sure.
Except since you're asking for 27 stations, which is 7 over the 20 permitted in terms of buses to park, that's a wee bit of a problem for us to go forward with that.
Sure.
Without some solution, creative solution. So go ahead, Will.
Okay, no, appreciate it. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for allowing us to be here tonight. So this entire project came about, the First Student Incorporated in conjunction with the Roundup Valley School District, Central School District, was granted an EPA grant back in 2022. Okay, and that EPA grant was awarded to 22 schools, districts within the state of New York, and Roundup Valley Central School was one of them. Earlier this year, the school district reached out to First Student and said, we don't have any room to put the chargers on any of our properties. Can you fit them on your property? So that
that started, so again, initially EPA grant granted to the school district. Now First Student is the transportation company that picks up and drives it to school. But this came all about because of the school district not being able to put the chargers and buses at one of their facilities. So First Student agreed that they could do it because currently there's 49 school buses on the property. Understood about the compliance issue, but the facility currently, again, has 49 school buses. And it runs fine on a daily basis. Corey can talk a little bit more about the operation. But the layout on this site plan shows that the amount of buses can fit with the proper turn radius. One thing I would point out, these electric chargers, they're 100% movable. None of them they're not in the ground. They're fully mounted to concrete barriers. The conduit is above grade. And it's meant to be that way. If ever it needs to be moved to another facility, it can be disassembled and moved in a half a day. The entire 27 stations can be moved in that time frame. You mentioned about the power. It's only 1500 kVA. That's a relatively small transformer. Typically a utility, and I've worked for utilities, two different utilities, PSE&G in New Jersey, and then FPL in Florida. I mean, that's like, I would say, a mid-sized transformer. It's certainly nothing that would cause any concern. The letter that you're referring to is a will serve letter. And again, knowing what I know about utility, they would never put or offer to put a utility transformer in, with the service that's available in there if they thought there was going to be issue with the circuit that runs by the facility. One thing that is extremely important that I wanted to mention to the board, the grant funding expires January 29th, 2025. The EPA has granted an extension to January 31st, 2025, and the company has requested another extension, but there is a very good chance that that funding will go away for the school board if these chargers are not installed by early this year, because the buses are coming.
Let me be clear, you need not just an approval by that date, you need actually installation by that date.
Right.
Before the government funds it.
Correct, or we lose the funding. And again, it's nobody, again, it's, go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead.
Again, First Student was not approached till just this mid-school year to see if it was a possibility, because they could not find a location for the buses. And since they are the transportation company for the school, this is how this all came about. So the wheels started turning and trying to reach out to the utility, because that's typically the first thing that we do. Second thing was reach out to the municipality. Typically, one of the first things that we do. It wasn't until I applied, got the FOIL application that I found out, whoa, this site is only approved for 20 school buses. And the facility has been operating. Obviously, I wouldn't blame it on anybody that works there now, because that was approved in 1990. So everybody was just going, on a daily basis and doing what they do. First Student has a fantastic track record. There's never been any incidents at that facility. I drove by there today. I've seen multiple pictures of the site over the last couple of years. I've looked at aerial photos of the historical photos, and you can see from 1990. In 1994, it was still under 20 buses, and then there's a big gap in the historical imagery. And then it jumps up over 30 by the time, the next time you can see it on any, again, imagery in 2006. So, again, I mean, the state of New York is very clear on this. There's by 2027, by the end of 2027, all school buses that are sold in the state of New York must be fully electric. And then by 2035, any bus that's on a school property or transports kids has to be electric. So, you know, the most important thing is, you know, these buses are going to be, you know, no emissions. It's healthier for the kids. Obviously, that's a big factor. That's why we got the EPA funding. But we are in a little bit of a, we do have an issue as it relates to the installation and the EPA grant, and
That's called, I think we have a problem, Houston.
yes. So I would say that is the biggest problem. I don't, I have some suggestions. I know we have to, the company has to work out, First Student has to work out the quantity, the site plan, the special use permit amendment. If we are able to, you know, move forward, but again, these buses, there's no place on school property, and that's why they came to First Student to put them in. So
let me get the numbers straight. It's a total of 49 buses that are currently stored on this property.
yes,
Okay. I didn't catch 49. When I started playing with the map you sent me, I couldn't find, I came up with, I think, 38 or 35, something
well,
like that.
if you look at it, I think if you look at an overhead imagery, the most recent may have that quantity. Is it?
Is 49 a good number?
Does it vary by day?
It's 49 on.
It's 49.
Does
Okay.
Does that vary or is that consistent?
No, that's consistent. That's
And
the
the
same.
permit is for 20, is that right?
Yeah, that was.
Dating back to-
And your application is for 20 EV plus 7
No,
diesel?
It's 25.
That 49 includes 8 vans.
but they're still buses.
There's still buses.
Okay, but the proposal is for what again?
Yes, sir. So it's for a total of 49. There's different size
The
buses.
proposal.
Oh,
Yeah.
25,
He's talking about
25 electric.
Oh, just the electric vehicles to get
25
those in the
EV.
ground?
And does your proposal include any diesel?
It's taking out 25 diesel.
Yeah.
They're all type Cs.
Yeah, they're removing 25 diesel vehicles and replacing them with 25 electric vehicles.
So you want 25 EV and 24 diesels? On your proposal?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Yep.
No.
Well, yeah, for a total of 49.
The
The 49 is
12 are gasoline, so let's.
Oh,
They're not all
okay,
diesel,
but-
sorry.
So I can break down the numbers for you.
But bottom line is 25 EV and 24 petroleum.
Correct.
Yes, correct.
And what's currently permitted is 20. And was that like discretionary or is that a function of something in the zoning code?
It was
The
just
20.
all I could discover. I have the write up here. So does everybody else in there in the Google file. It was discretionary. There's nothing in the code.
And there's still nothing in the code as to how many buses to be
No.
permitted there?
When was this? This is
This is
1990.
conditions state total number of buses on the property.
Yeah.
Shall not
But that was
exceed
something the
20.
planning board
An
imposed.
approved
as a matter of
site plan.
discretion.
Right.
So we have an open field depending on, I mean, there's a big delta in the seeker here, right? They
Well, you
just-
have, if you have a county referral that they only meet once a month.
Well, we have all kinds of time problems on this, including public hearing. The time problems are gonna be very, very, very challenging.
Can the
But-
school accommodate any of these?
No, so
They
they
got substantial land.
came back to us and said that they.
They just said no.
That's a good question.
Well, they-
All right, let's go around it. Jennifer, you first, then Helena.
Would site plan approval be required if 20 buses, the permitted number, were just being switched to EV? If it was like an upgrade,
They're putting in the EVs.
It would be
that requires site plan approval by the.
it
planning
would be a
board?
special use permit, which is what they've got. And then every special use permit requires a site plan. So yes, special use permit under a site plan. So one thought is the current site plan there should be operating under allows 20. So if we were to look at 20
Like just a,
and just say you could do 20,
Yeah.
you can do 20 EVs.
yeah,
And then as far as the rest of them, the lawyer's gonna have is gonna lose more hair. Like me. Like me. And then just ignore the rest of them. Just telling them, you're not supposed to have the other 29 buses there.
Actually, what they could do is they could do 20 pretty quickly. I mean, it would still require a
Couple of hoops we have to jump.
well,
through.
require amended SUP, and then they can apply for a variance. I mean, they may not even have to, because the problem is actually, well, the problem is twofold. If there's no zoning requirement, the problem is gonna be the delta in the seeker. Because they were approved for 20, now we're looking at 49. So how do we do that? As a matter, we have to figure out why they were restricted to 20 and what the changes in the environmental impact.
Wait a minute. I mean, I don't disagree. We have to look at the delta, but the delta would be, they want to install 27 stations. They're buying 25 or getting delivered 25 buses, EV buses. So it's 27 stations, 25 EV buses. So if we limit ourselves to a review of 27 stations and 25 buses, that is over here. And the delta between 27 and 49, which is 22, we just ignore. They're out of compliance.
But you can.
We're not even gonna deal with that.
If they're applying, but they're applying for 49.
No, they're not.
No.
They're applying for 27.
They're
They're applying for 27 EVs,
No, one.
27 EV stations and 20. Right?
Yeah.
Well, they're applying for something that doesn't represent what you're doing on the ground.
Right, obviously, the end goal is to bring the site up to compliance, right?
Well, if you were to say to us, Warren, to us, if you give us approval for 27 stations, that represents 25 EV buses. So you got 2 more stations than you have electric buses, and the remaining 24 buses, I don't know where you're gonna put them. You're gonna put them in some farmer's field, you're gonna put them on the school, you're gonna get them off the site because you're out of compliance with what we can do for you.
But
If we were to go forward with the 27 and 20,
Wait, I have one question.
why don't we allow them 20 buses, allow them 27 stations? And approve it for 20 exchanges. And after that, they have to deal with the difference. You get the official, if they want to get, yeah, no, they don't. If they want to get another 5, they have to do something. Get additional permit or something.
Can I
But most important for them to have a charging station. Because they get a grant. for
so you get the approval for the charging stations.
Right.
And then the rest, they have to come back with a different approval for a different.
Wait a second, can I just, this is really an important question. If you were given approval today, would you be able to meet your timeframes by January 2025?
We have currently.
That's, because you're asking.
We know
a
the
lot-
question, we know the question,
Yes,
I'm gonna
ma'am.
answer it.
Yeah,
So the first student has applied, so we have a letter from the EPA saying that the first student has until January 31st. We applied for student, requested an additional 30 days. So to the end of February.
okay.
But that hasn't been granted yet, so as we sit here today, that the 31st.
So could you get the work done by the end of January if you don't get the extension?
Then we would have to.
But you don't have contractors, that.
Oh, yes, ma'am, we do.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's a contract, that's me.
Okay,
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I just had to ask that question because
And-
there's a big lift here with these tight timeframes.
Yes,
And if
ma'am.
it's physically not possible, then
And the other thing is the important factor as it relates to the installation is everything is above grade. There's no, there won't be any
Digging up, trenching.
gonna be excavating.
Jennifer?
I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Does the EPA grant stipulate that it must be connected to the grid? So would it be connected to?
No.
Because you have the letter from Central Hudson, but can they actually connect you to the grid in time to meet this deadline, or is that not
Now, we've been working with them as well, and they understand the deadline.
Yeah.
And have you
And-
received confirmation that they will hook you up?
Well, the one good thing about this, because it's 1500 KVA, Central Hudson does not provide that. We have to do that as well. We have to do the primary work as well. They'll do the final connection.
And you were able to do that
Yeah,
by
we
the
have-
end of January?
Yeah.
To get transformer.
Okay,
To get a transformer.
we have the two legal people
Oh, we
here
already
talking.
ordered a transformer.
Yeah.
David, Dave, do you have a solution or do you have more?
Well,
comments?
Jerry, I just, I don't, there's a lot going on, but the code enforcement officer did his determination and says it's an amendment to a special use permit. Hence the why they're here, right?
Sorry, hence the
It's
one.
hence why they're here.
Yeah. Yes.
The new code has electrical vehicle charging stations as an accessory use in all zoning districts, including business.
When is this is the new code?
We're in the new code.
Well, that determination was November
know.
20th,
I don't know when it took effect.
November 22nd.
Okay.
Okay, you may have a new code that wipes out your requirement for a special use permit. But you'll need a new determination from Jerry. That's one way, that's procedurally one way to deal with it.
Or we could ask for, this board could ask.
You
for.
following?
Yeah,
You've got a determination from the CEO that's requiring you to come here. What David is suggesting is that the new code may wipe that requirement out.
Oh, because that letter, the letter.
Jerry has to, Jerry,
That was early November that we got that from him.
it looked like the 20th, but the code went into effect the 22nd.
Electrical vehicle charging stations were added as an accessory use in all districts.
Oh, wow.
An accessory use is a much simpler process.
And they don't have to come to us.
Well, they don't
Well,
need,
Jerry.
we're winging it in a matter of
they
minutes.
won't need a new SUP. The question then becomes, do they need a new site plan approval to put the charges in? And then we're still dealing with seeker and we're dealing with a public hearing, which, I mean, the only thing we could, I mean, if we set the public hearing for next month now, at the most ambitious thing possible, if everything worked out, we'd approve it next month, right? That's the only, like you said, can we approve it tonight? We can't approve it.
No, I was just wondering
I know.
if physically
I know.
it's a
So
short
the
time
real
frame
thing
for
comes down to is
construction.
if you got an approval the second week of January, if that were possible, could you?
We can come on Sochi just for this, you know.
Otherwise, it's literally nothing we could do. I mean, we can't do anything without setting public hearing.
So let me just go back to, Dave, you're suggesting that it's an accessory use now under the new code, and we'd have to get Jerry to confirm that. Accessory uses he can do, he doesn't have to come here.
I don't
Question.
know. I'm still getting through the new code.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got a 300-page zoning law now. I don't, off the top of my head, I can't tell you if electrical, there's a new section about electrical vehicle charging stations. I can't tell you if those are building permits only or not.
Or whether they need site plan approval.
Well, yes, so I don't know, you need that reinterpretation, updated interpretation promptly. I suppose proactively try to do what you can do for your January meeting,
Just set a public hearing.
whatever you think they can do, Dave.
And that's normally not appropriate, but,
Well, if we set a public
If-
hearing,
If it's a special permit, site plan, it's fronting
well, we have
209.
we have an existing interpretation. We can set a public hearing, then they can go to Jerry and get the interpretation right there.
Right, and your other timing issue is the county referral.
Well, right.
does this require a county referral?
Yeah.
It's a,
Especially
it's
if it's
on the
not-
state highway and it's
Yeah.
a special use site plan currently determined to be that. It could be,
But
by
if we
this
got,
time tomorrow, it's not.
but if Jerry changes interpretation, it wouldn't need to go to the county if it didn't require site plan approval or
You
special,
do-
for special use.
They
permit.
do, you do referrals by resolution though, right? So you need to,
Well, we can refer it, but that can be
but
obligated.
not, but Jasmine could literally not do it if not necessary, right?
Or we could do it and then
At the
there's no
January
requirement
meeting.
to listen to the county, we don't have to refer it.
Fair
After we've
enough.
referred it.
Now,
We're skating.
We have, there's some schedule procedural things
understand.
that were trapped because in this county, in all counties in New York State, there's a referral for certain permits.
Yes.
This county is unique in that they have their board, which only meets once a month. Vote on the referrals, so we're stuck with a once a month meeting.
Okay.
Which is the first Wednesday in the month.
Every month.
But that would be under the current understanding, but if that was obviated by the CEO, that would make the referral that we would have already done not necessary, and so we could actually ignore the county at that point, which is not something we want to do, but none of the stuff is what we want to do. What we can do is set the public hearing, even though that would not be something we normally do, and then open the public hearing, and then reconcile the whole thing next month, if that gives you enough time. I mean, there's nothing we can do tonight in terms of finality.
Well, one question I would have, since, and this is all great, I mean, we don't know, but it sounds like it's. Anything that we do,
The
everybody's
wheels
been
of the
extremely
plan
helpful.
just turn slowly, and we're trying to.
Oh, I know, everybody's been extremely helpful, and I think, you know, the understanding that what has happened is, a little bit. Nobody expected it here, I know, and, Robert's been working on this project for longer than I have, but, my question would be, given the timeframe and restrictions, and also given the fact that none of this equipment is below grade, everything sits on the ground. Would the town, and I don't know if that's a building official question, would we be able to start staging that equipment? Again, it's just like taking stuff off the truck and putting it in place. Not,
Well, my thing is down, but what's 617.3A? It says you can't do land clearing before
Right.
it's finished.
There's no physical.
Well,
disturbance.
but it's really.
Disturb, that the word?
You can't-
Sounds to me if a tractor trailer truck drove up to the back of your building and dropped off a bunch of boxes that contained a bunch of stuff. And I'm not going any further.
There's a rule, there's a
So
rule in the
let's-
seeker that doesn't allow some noun, whether it's physical disturbance or land clearing, before the seeker review is done.
But they're not clearing anything, they're dropping off.
But we need to know what.
It's like stuff falling off the
So
back of
you're
the truck.
proposing it's a
There's a
not.
word, there's a word in the
Not
regulations.
permanent structure.
What was it, 617?
617.3A.
it can be removed and
Look up
It's
what it-
not,
removed anytime, and we
It's like-
would.
Rick,
I'm sorry, yes.
they could be potentially represented as not permanent structures.
Well,
So it's an accessory use, it's not a permanent structure.
Typically,
Often that would be considered by the building inspector as something they could handle.
typically,
But
that's
if you
what
have
it
to
is.
do things like you're putting in utilities or
Yes, in this case, this project is,
you're
first
putting up a
student,
building.
first student has to do the utility work because it's, 1500 KVA and.
Well,
what's
we
the
got,
utility?
we got some research to do. The best you could do is the public.
But
the
it's
public
considered
hearing.
a primary job, so they won't, they'll do the final connection. And that's what the building official will typically look for as it relates. Obviously, we have to get a permit because the utility is not gonna connect.
That's a question, 1500 kilovolts? That's a very significant electrical conduit, right? 1500 kilovolts.
It is. I do some, I put in a quick emergency.
So you have to have
my
a
house,
safety mechanism
and
for
we
that.
need
right?
6 kilowatt hours per day. So that's the equivalent of more than 200,000.
200 houses.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm getting at is in terms of site plan, wouldn't you require safety structures for those cables? Like, wouldn't your site plan have to change to put in safety structures if you're putting in cables that are that?
So, the utility has a specific requirement to run the primary conduit from the utility transformer, which we have to install. The utility transformer, that you typically see the green, I think they're green, the green transformer, about this high and about 5 feet wide. And so we have to follow those codes, but the utility is gonna approve that final connection. We can't.
I'm just saying that from a matter of, I'm talking about in terms of stuff on the ground.
Yes,
Don't
sir.
you need to put stuff on the ground to protect those cables, like from somebody on a bicycle who would run over them?
conduits?
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of electricity.
Oh, the conduit that goes from We have to install a new utility pole. The
right?
conduit so the wire is gonna go from that utility pole down that, riser pole and then go underground.
Underground. I thought you were putting it on the ground.
Well, that's outside the fence. Where the utility transformer is gonna be, the utility transformer is not gonna go be behind the fence, the utility transformer is gonna be out.
Okay, so you got the utility transformer, the green
Okay.
transformer outside. You're
Right.
gonna trench that.
Say too, it's a diagram about, you can see
Yes,
what
ma'am.
they're doing.
It's gonna go on, it's gonna go underground.
Down or up?
Yes, sir.
It's gonna go underground.
Down.
It's gonna hook into these above ground EV stations that are
Is
moving.
that first?
Everything is above ground
First,
inside the fence.
Page, sorry.
Everything is gonna be in conduit.
Right.
None of the wires will be exposed.
Will be what?
This is page.
They won't be exposed.
Nothing will be.
No, but
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, I'm assuming that you need something to
This is what
protect,
they have now.
something
We
to
need
stop
see what-
people
what's
from
gonna be there.
accessing the cable. You need a physical thing that's
No.
gonna be part of the site plan.
Like, how to this one? There's only 3 pages.
Only the statement, no?
Yeah.
All right, so let's do this. Let's do.
Oh,
What is the-
Melina looked up the secret rule. It says there's no physical.
Okay, it says, you want me to read the whole thing?
Please.
No agency involved in an action may undertake, fund, or approve the action until it has complied with the provisions of seeker. A project sponsor may not commence any physical alteration related to an action until the provisions of seeker have been complied with. The only exception to this is provided under section 617(5) C.
That's type 2.
Okay.
So in other words, you can't do physical alteration to the site until we've done, assuming that this has to go through the planning board and needs a seeker determination, you can't do a physical alteration to the site. That's a secret, that's the rule that we decided.
Okay.
So I think that in all we can set a public hearing for whatever use it is for next month, but in all practicality, your way through this is David suggested, to go to the CEO and get the requirement for this board's approval to be obviated. If we have to approve it, we can move as quickly as we can, but it's gonna take.
Yeah.
At the very least, we're setting a public hearing, and it's almost impossible. There's a theoretical chance we might approve it that night if everything else got done. But we just don't do things without, SUP without a public hearing, right?
Sorry,
In addition to what, if it goes through the CEO, it's fine, but we still have to, somebody has to consider safety on the site. We bring in those batteries, our firefighters are trained, local trained, we deal with a battery fire.
I have a bunch of comments about that, but
Yeah,
Can I answer that
we
question?
should be aware about that.
Yeah.
We want to discuss it as well right now.
go ahead.
I mean, one of the things that we go through is, not only do we train, our maintenance, but we also do a training with the police, fire, or explain how to handle if there is some sort of accident in these. So that's part of.
Bus drivers.
Yeah, bus drivers,
Yeah,
everybody.
because there is a nice electrical school bus guidebook, you're probably aware about that.
Yeah.
Few pages, so
Yeah.
describing all the
Yeah.
process.
We also bring our bus
And
OEMs.
in terms of the, I'm sorry, I would like to finish. And in terms of the layout, access to fire trucks at the layout you suggested, would the fire truck would be able to get to the site and deal with the fire? Training, I already brought it up.
Yeah.
And another thing I noticed, you have this power cubes.
Yes.
I have some background working on this stuff some years back, 10 years back. You have a cooling equipment there, most likely. Are those fans, are they noisy? What kind of noise do they produce?
You're talking about
Very,
noise from the
very-
EV stations or from the
the fan.
transformer?
From this cube? They have a-
It's a
they have a-
transformer that gets
It's not
dropped on the
transformer,
pad.
it's equipment.
Yeah,
It's-
it'll have it's just a
It's an
exhaust fan. It's
Right,
not a
right,
very
it's
loud.
not very loud.
Very regular.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, because I worked with, we had pretty powerful
Thank you,
fans.
yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Peter, you have some comments?
yeah, I have a fire department concerns, many fire department concerns about this.
Yeah.
The training is well and good, but electrical fires with electric vehicles is a significant danger. You could, a regular car, you could put 20-30,000 gallons on
We understand.
for a thermal runaway. So there's a major concern there. And if there is a fire, how would we handle it? Because putting water on it isn't always necessarily the best thing to do, because you contaminate
So-
everything around it, and it is over an aquifer. I have many other things to say about it. I have a question, would you be storing extra batteries there, and how would they be stored?
No, we will not be storing extra battery there. And as far as the fire, one of the things that we look at is the chemistry of the batteries. And it's what we call the LFP, it's kind of, and so the propensity of fire in those are a lot less than, the lithium ions.
Okay, but we
Yeah.
would, just speaking from a fire department's perspective.
Yes,
I would want to see what types of buses, because I don't think that's was mentioned in the proposal. Some
Sure.
background on the buses, the model of the buses,
Sure, yeah.
safety records on the buses, type of batteries and the
yeah,
specifications
we
of
will
batteries.
provide all that.
The other concern is the spacing of the buses. I've seen videos online of bus fires, and the exposure to other buses adjacent.
Yeah.
And if the way I see the buses that are parked there now, you could have very easily have a thermal runaway situation between several buses. And so that is a significant thing, and it's
Yeah,
far beyond the capability of fire department here to handle that situation.
So we want to talk about the fire detection, we are gonna install fire detection, it's kind of like a. New technology that we use to, sense everything around the buses, and especially when there's no drivers there, and they'll. Tell us if there's any kind of hotspots or anything like that.
It's infrared.
Infrared.
Okay,
And
and what
then,
happens with that? I mean, it's fire detection, so what would be so you see something that is heating up.
yeah, the procedure that we have is we pull that vehicle away from the other vehicles at that point. Just to make sure, just like you said, if there is a propensity for fire, then, we're protecting the rest of the fleet from that.
You know what, the more and more I hear. You need a couple of months to get this done at that site. It's a site that's tight to begin with. You have 49 buses there. They fit. They're over the permitted number of 20. You got 49 there. You got them all lined up. Some of them are gonna be electric. They're right next to each other. If you do have a runaway fire, it's not just the EVs, it's the other ones, the gasoline ones, the diesel ones that are gonna go up in flames, whatever. So you got that issue. You got the issue of connecting all this stuff. Okay, it was glib when I said you could just drop the stuff off in the back, but then what are you gonna do with it? You gotta set it up. This is months worth of work on a site that's overpopulated already and presenting significant challenges for getting fire trucks in there. Having the right kind of equipment to take care of something that might happen there. There are some residences close by. We could set a public hearing for next month. The best bet is to talk to Jerry, but Jerry's not by any means gonna look at this and say, oh, wonderful. He's gonna think of the same things that he's hearing around because he's been around for a while. He's gonna say, you want me to do what? In this period of time with this amount of buses congested, 49 of them congested on that small spot. I just don't see, I don't even think we should be doing a public hearing for next month, because what are we gonna do in the meantime? We're gonna be scrambling around like chickens with our heads chopped off, trying to move this thing forward.
Well, they'd have to probably come in with a very, very significant seeker analysis and explanation of all of these concerns of Peter and Zori and everything with the fires and everything.
It's
They'd
meetings
have come
after
in-
meetings to get that done.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
So I don't see any,
It's a health and safety issue.
I don't see any possibility of even setting a public hearing. Jennifer?
So if the upgrades are an administrative issue in there, they do not require, this is an if they can upgrade without site plan approval pursuant to the new zoning regulations. Could we, I don't know who this would come from, maybe not us, but maybe the town. Could we then send a letter stating that site plan approval is required because it's not in compliance with the planning board approval from 1990? And as part of that site plan approval, We can review health and safety. We can review the increase in traffic over the 1990, like, we can review every change that is being set forth. That's not in compliance with the 1990 site plan approval, and that could potentially allow them to take possession of the buses and do what they need to do to receive the grant money, but also give us an opportunity to do the health and safety reviews. Maybe there's even a requirement from the town that they can't use this equipment until it comes through the revised site plan. I'm trying to think of a way that they can take possession of the buses, and they can install something, and we can have the level of safety. Is there fire suppression on site? Is there backup power generators needed? I mean, this is EV. What do you do if the power goes out? There's a lot of questions that we can't answer in a month.
To get the money, but to get the buses through this grant,
Right.
do the buses have to be actually operational by some date?
Oh, yeah, and and the buses that are there, the diesel buses have to be removed. Those, as part of it, they have to be scrapped.
You have the language of the grant?
We could provide that for you.
So
Yeah,
these,
I mean,
So Jennifer, to your suggestion, I mean, yeah, if they could just deliver the buses, put them somewhere in a field.
Well, yeah, find another
You
place
could
to
do-
store them temporarily.
Hang on, Alina,
But it has to be operational.
if we could put it someplace else, and not be operational, sure, but it
It's
has to
also
be
the-
operational.
part of the grant is the chargers as well.
Well, what I'm saying is even install the chargers, but maybe not hook it up to central Hudson. So you have chargers installed, you maybe even have buses on site.
Is that
But there's
permitted?
no fire issue because it's not hooked up to
Yes,
power, the
that-
batteries aren't.
Yes, that would allow us to give us our certificate of final, I think is what the EPA calls it. And these concerns that you bring up, this is not the first time that First Student has heard these. They have over 400 of these EV buses already deployed. And if you look at most of First Student, if you Google First Student's bus depots, they all look like that. I was very surprised.
Look,
They
it doesn't
all
matter,
are-
it doesn't mean it's right.
No, it doesn't mean it's
Okay.
right,
And
but
it doesn't mean that they got it done on those other sites in a month and a half.
And our capability, fire department capability.
And I'm not disagreeing.
no, I
that this-
understand. I
Okay,
understand.
all right, so go back to what Jennifer said, go back to what we need to do under what Jennifer said in order to get you to some gating factor where you can take delivery, you can not lose the grant,
I think.
but we'll still have a couple of months after that to deal with all the issues that
Well,
you're
I
hearing
think
here.
what I'm suggesting only works if they can do it under the new
Right.
code without site plan approval.
Well, that's
And then
what comes
our
into it.
review
That's right.
would be
That's-
because they're out of compliance.
Either
with the
they
site plan.
need, but we,
Do you follow?
Yes.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
all this board can do, the only thing this board can do is to give you site plan approval and special use permit. That's our jurisdiction. And seeker review would come along with that. The question is, what timeframe could we do that in and whether it would help you? Everything else, I mean, whether they can here, I don't know, I don't know how to answer that, but this board gives site plan review and subdivision review, and special use permits. The most we could possibly do to move that along is for a public hearing next month, just procedurally, but substantively, there's all kinds of stuff that has to happen. And even if we were to approve it next month, which would be incredibly fast in terms of efficiency of crunching the seeker and the environmental and everybody's problems, I'm not even sure if that would be time for you to get things done. So I'm not sure where you're going with it, but
I'm saying that.
if we don't need, if ultimately your idea is that this board doesn't give site plan approval, then that's fine, but then they're not in this room anymore.
Well, what I'm saying is that I think this board needs to review the current use because it's not in compliance.
That's not our
Like-
job. That's the CEO's job.
Right, and so it would be nice if that was brought before us as being an issue so that we could review the proposed use, which would be a current use because it would come to us after it's approved under the new, right, because it's, my understanding is that the new code may permit upgrades to EV.
That's a CEO's determination.
Let's say that's the case. We still have questions about fire, about a lot of different issues.
If they don't need site plan approval, it doesn't come before us.
But it could come before us if the town determined that they were not compliant with the 1990 site plan approval
No, non-compliance, that's for Jerry to do enforcement. We don't enforce and we don't determine.
Okay. They can't be required to come for a modification to their site.
That's up to
plan?
Jerry. Jerry,
Could be an outcome, but we don't know.
yeah, Jerry determines if they're in compliance, not in compliance. Jerry also determines what sort of permit they need, if any. And David's suggesting that Jerry may determine they don't need a permit from this board, in which case we're a permitting board. We don't do enforcement. That's not, they could have 1,000 buses there. That's Jerry's problem. It's not our job is to give site plan approval.
Right, and are things like that often referred to us?
No,
No?
we may have to, if Jerry wants, or if the ZBA wants an opinion, they can ask us, but we give site plan approval and special use permits. That's our jurisdiction.
I mean, I hear that it's Jerry's decision. I agree with 1,000%, but I think what maybe she's trying to say is, if Jerry says you can convert to EV charging stations, that does not require site plan approval. You're now issued a notice of violation and order a remedy. Order a remedy is go get site plan approval for the modified
Yes.
number of buses.
The above 20.
That's up to Jerry. If Jerry.
Wait, no, it's absolutely up to Jerry.
Jerry wants to send them here for site, so it would be. The EVs are okay according to the accessory use, but Jerry wants a modified site plan approval for the number of buses.
Correct. Yeah.
Under that, if they want to get that done by in January 30th, I would say get those buses off to Pennsylvania for a month.
But that.
We do it, site plan approval is going to take a little while. Good.
Oh, no, but if Jerry determines that the conversion or the putting the EVs is permitted without site plan approval.
That's the closest thing they have to.
But maybe court meant like individual change, you know. Like a charging station. We're talking about industrial type facility.
So
it's a different thing. It doesn't say.
Your new
but
code
it could be
says
oversight.
that electric vehicle charging stations defined in simple terms are an accessory use in all districts. It doesn't parse. It doesn't parse if what their amperage is, it doesn't,
But the
it's an
responsibility
accessory
of the
use.
town considers the safety.
But that's for Jerry. Taking into account what they're suggesting, you may have a better shot going before Jerry and arguing that it's an accessory use that doesn't require coming here if you manage to get rid of 24 of these buses. And that way you're saying you've got 25 and it's pretty close to what it was before and it's an accessory use and can't we just do it? And then we can come back later on and talk about whether you should get more buses for petroleum vehicles.
So
It's tactically, if I was going to go into Jerry's office and ask for this, that might be a way to go instead of going with 49 spots.
Yes, because yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Yes.
your job
That's
is to get electric
Yes.
vehicles on that site. That's your priority.
I know.
That's not a bad.
They're mobile, drive them somewhere else.
But yeah, I mean, that's
Go to
their
the
priority.
church.
My priority is getting the kids to school.
All right, so let's just-
I got it.
Pennsylvania's gotta help around
Well,
our school
there's
district very much.
There's Marbletown.
So, yeah,
Well,
you know, I
So
I
the
figured it
new,
was.
They don't have to
can
drive.
worms after.
Another month or two, it should help.
That was good suggestion. Yeah.
The new town code, zoning code, schedule, appendix C, schedule of uses. It's not, it's on the town website, or you can go to E-code, what's called E-code.
It's on,
Schedule, it's appendix C, schedule of uses. It's part of the zoning code. Got passed as a separate local law, 6 of 2024. Appendix C, schedule of uses. I can email it to you if you didn't want to use.
Oh, was that,
Before you leave.
was that not part of the package that went into
No,
effect?
it's a bunch of local laws. It's very.
Let's not go there.
It's, what you're trying to point out is the new code has electric vehicle charging station as an accessory use in the business zone, which is what you're in.
Yeah, we are, yeah.
Okay, and your question to Jared, you want him to re-review it to see if it's necessary for you to get special use or site plan approval, because it's now an accessory use.
Okay.
It's accessory use to a principal use. Your principal use is your bus depot, right? And
Yeah.
this board typically doesn't review accessory uses.
And then you're not here. And the whole,
Then you just gotta you gotta meet building and fire prevention code.
Right, I was gonna say, this gentleman here, he brings up some really good points, and
Yeah, and we
it's
will-
nothing that we haven't addressed.
I have more.
But
That being said, will Jerry
For
have the
the
same questions as this gentleman?
It would be in-
Or-
Jerry would,
They have
Yeah,
no
Jim-
fire.
oh, okay.
he would show up.
for the interest of,
All right, so
for the interest of time, if you wanted to pre-position this for possibility that it has to be here, and there's some miracle at EPA.
Extension.
Which can
Yeah,
happen.
Yeah.
I mean, I know people that think they're gonna lose the money they already got granted with the
I know.
new federal administration.
You know, if
So,
we-
you could schedule a public hearing, recommend referring it to the county. Those are the two things that are.
We can do a public hearing, but again, that's just for the purpose of seeing if we can squeeze site plan approval out by next month, which is,
But maybe they'll get a month extension or something, you know, I don't.
okay, well, even still, this is.
Alright, so let's-
Typically, these things that we advise generally take 62 days at a minimum.
Yeah, this would typically take a couple months.
See, in New York State, you add up all the process and it's basically. If everything goes bing bang, you're talking
All right,
62
so let's-
days.
August.
all right, let's bring this together and bring it to a conclusion. We're gonna go two routes, it sounds like. You're going to talk to Jerry.
Yes.
Under that code, you'll send him the code. You'll look it up. Dave seems to think that, well, we know we don't do accessory uses. If you can get Jerry to agree, yes, an accessory use. He's gonna run you through the same ring, and presumably being run through here anyway. But he might be easier to convince. He doesn't have to go to the county, he doesn't have to go through a public hearing.
Right.
You can do it all there.
Show up in a week with the report.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's one route we're gonna go. The other route, under the possibility that he says, no way, Jose. We'll set a public hearing. And agree to refer it to the county. But God only knows how between, if you don't get an
Actually,
extension,
before-
you're,
refer to the county, we need an EAF part one, right?
Yeah, that'd be the best way.
yes,
Who's Dave,
yes.
to refer to the county, we need an EAF,
You need a complete
Application.
which includes an EAF.
Yes.
We don't have a complete application.
You guys have an EAF?
We can't send it.
No.
Is that through the county?
EAF is an environmental assessment form.
It's a DEC document that's the initial stage of a seeker review. For a seeker review, it gives us the.
They don't have it.
Just the facts, man.
We don't have it.
Okay, then we can't refer to the county.
Okay. All right, so,
Would that,
Is it a-
would that be part of the package that I would have had to submit?
Yeah, then.
No. well, it would have been,
Talk to Dave.
but we thought we had more time. So I don't think there's any sense in sending it, can't send it to the county because we don't have the EAF.
Well, you have to get it to them 2 weeks before their meeting,
Which is the first week.
which is their rule, which there can be flexible on under duress. So you'd have some days at your,
So you recommend,
potentially at your discretion to have a complete application, right?
They do.
yeah, I could say they have a complete application when we know that they don't, but
Well, you could send it to the county and they could end out,
they could turn around and say.
they
this is
could
not
turn around and
complete.
say, we don't have everything, we
Right,
require modification, you need to submit the XYZ.
Do they
And
need a short form and do they need parts 1 and 2 both?
whatever this board needs, they need.
Okay. What do we need?
We need a part one of the forms.
Right, is this type 1 action?
It's an accessory use according to what my interpretation is.
All right, so short form EAF,
It's not subject to seeker.
does,
Is accessory use,
well, if they're before this board, it's not, it's not. if
you're
they're before
here,
This board,
it's
it's site plan
probably, I
approval.
don't know, it's a good question.
Site plan approval.
You
You know what,
probably
they should do,
smart to do the long.
do a long
full-
form. Okay, the EAF comes in 2 flavors, short form and long form.
Okay.
Do the long form because you guys are gonna have to do a lot of work anyway. You can download it, off the
The
internet.
first
easily.
part, just the first part.
The part
Part
1 and
one.
part 2, they just do things they can.
Is
Part-
that-
This is a short form.
Oh,
But don't, it's all right, you know what it looks like, get the long form, do part 1 and maybe part 2, it'll ask all kinds of impacts on animals and plants and other things.
Okay.
Fill
now,
it
do I
out.
still need that if I could get the accessory use or?
No, the accessories should have gone from all this. Accessory use,
He's saying. Oh, work in parallel.
Talk to
That's
him.
right.
What?
Yeah.
First thing in the morning.
Explore both options.
So we need it by the end of
okay, explain. We can't,
Call Jerry at 8 AM.
we can't do site plan approval until we refer to the county and we get the county's comments, because this is near on 209. So that's why the county comes in, that's part of our process, to get the county's comments. If you're going from here, you're dealing with Jared. That's just building, that's like you're putting in you know.
All right, so enough. Get that done. Okay, get that done. Get it to us tomorrow sometime.
Yeah,
We'll refer to the county, assuming you get it to us tomorrow.
okay, okay.
Let's set a public hearing under the possibility that we can get this thing through. I'll entertain a motion to set the public hearing for the January meeting.
I'll make that motion.
Peter makes the motion, second,
Polina.
Dave, all in favor? I assume nobody's against it. Okay, so we're going in two parallel directions. Don't hold your hopes up
No,
for
no, I'm just, thank you.
the public hearing.
This will be canceled.
If you can get it through, the building inspector, okay. But the building inspector is still gonna be looking to the
Yeah.
fire, they gotta follow fire code and
Oh,
everything
yeah.
else,
That's-
so.
Do we need to set escrow for them, just in case?
Yes, those set escrow of 2,500. Okay. If we do get rolling, we get a lot of people that are gonna be participating in this,
Understood.
so that goes to Jasmine, made out to the town of Rochester. I need a
I'll
motion.
make a motion.
Motion here, second with Hans, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we got two things, we're gonna try to get something done here.
Okay.
We'll let the county know, you get us that form, we'll let them know this is as complete as you're gonna get.
Okay.
Here you go, see what you can do, but at the same time, you're gonna go to the building inspector. And see if he'll agree to handle it as an accessory
So
use.
practically, the two things you need is both for us and Jerry, you're gonna need every environmental explanation you can on everything, the batteries, the electrical, anybody's gonna come up with questions, you should have those as quickly as you can. For Jerry, if you want, your best possible position is figuring out a way to talk to him and to, that you're gonna be in compliance, that you're gonna come as close as possible. You've got a lot of extra buses and you gotta get the kids to school, but he's gonna be a happier camper, the less of a problem it is compared to 1990.
Rick, do we?
Right?
Is this school?
Yes.
Do we need to, are we sending it to county? Do we need to?
No.
We need a motion.
Yeah.
We also need a motion, Dennis, to send it to the county.
Motion to send the application to Ulster County Planning Board.
We need a motion to send it to the planning board, so.
Make a motion to send it
Motion
to the
here,
Ulster County
second with
Planning Board.
Jennifer, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you, guys.
okay.
Appreciate it.
All right, last item on the agenda. Well, next to last. So. I had asked,
Thank you for your patience, Jeremy.
Thank you.
I wanted to give the board an update on dignified dwelling. This is the, one of the applicants, Jeremy, sorry, your last name. Wells, thank you. And, most of the input is going, or most of what I wanted to hear tonight is from our consultants. Jeremy, you're welcome to say whatever you want to say, but I want to first hear from the consultants, and then you can comment, okay, so. We're not gonna silence you, don't worry. So I wanted Greg to give a quick summary of a meeting that we had about 2 weeks ago, I think. Yeah, about 2 weeks ago, where we were looking at the driveway slash private road of dignified dwelling. I had hoped that everybody would have seen it by today, but we didn't get out there last week, so we will see it shortly. So Greg is going to give a kind of a summary of his impression, or specifically what needs to be done. And then I wanted Dave Church to give some input on the impacts of the new code on this project. Now, we're not making any decisions today. We're not more than likely going to make any motions about anything having to do with it. It's just information. And I don't want to take any more than about 15 minutes because I have some other things I want to do tonight. So 15 minutes, keep it quick, keep it tight. Absorb it, not too many questions, please, from the board. But Jeremy, if you have something to say, great. I think what's most important on both items, the roadway and as well as what the impact of the new code is on what we're going to be, what we're looking at. Jennifer, by the way, was at the meeting. Greg was at the meeting, Peter was at the meeting. Dave did not make it and I was there, so it was just a side meeting that we had with Jeremy. Nadine, I guess that was it from your side, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it was primarily around the road. At that time, we didn't even know that we had a new code. So we couldn't give them any comments. We found out that night, I think. So anyway, Greg, why don't you start?
So just to try to go through it quickly, the first issue, which we talked about at the meeting, is that the first part of the new access road would be considered a private road, and as a private road, it's subject to the town road standards for a minor town road. And part of those standards is a minimum or maximum grade of 12% and between 12 and 14% for up to 250 feet. So that would be something that would need to be addressed to try to adjust the grades to meet the requirements for a minor road. The second point that we talked about was continuing up that road with the sharp turns. We need to see turning maneuvers for a 40-foot fire truck to make sure that they can make the turn on the sharper curves. Primarily, the first one seemed to be an issue, but would need to look at both. Then there was the need to document and indicate the amount of cuts and fills, whether or not there would be any blasting, which Nadine mentioned, or you mentioned that there would not be any blasting, but there needs to be some assurance to the town. Are you balancing cut and fill? Are you looking at a lot of hauling off, or is this all going to be basically gradable road without having to be blasted? For the remaining portion of the driveway, the access to lots 4 and 3, the way that the town code reads, driveways are required to meet the fire code standards. The fire code standards indicate that grades shall not be more than 10% unless the fire official, which would be the fire inspector, would have the authority to extend what is considered to be minimum access. So you have to have 150 feet of access, or you have 150 feet that does not require that access requirement to a structure. The fire code official for single family residential can extend that 150 feet. So it's really a matter of not necessarily the grade that the fire code official has the authority to modify. It's the length of the road which has to or does not have to meet that requirement. And so that's going to be a fire code official determination from that standpoint. And
by the way, this is in the Google Drive. And if it's all a little bit of mud to you now, that's okay, because it's mud to me also in terms of what this all means. I'd ask Greg to summarize the way I look at it, correct me where I'm wrong, is you've got a private drive, you got a shared drive. And the grades have already been identified. The original grades were identified as not being optimal at best. So the applicant went back and made some other proposals. Greg is referring to 10% slope required by town code. It can be modified by the fire inspector. He did say he would go up to 12, which makes it for less cutting. So just holding that thought, again, correct me where I'm wrong. In order to accomplish by code what has to be done, there are portions of the road / shared driveway, they're gonna have to be cut. I think the number ranged from 4 feet to 5 feet worth of cut. That means 4 feet worth of earth moved, 20 foot wide. in order to, and filled somewhere else in order to make this thing work within code. And I'm really simplifying as a non-engineer. What that implies is a combination of the road at some points may have to be widened because you can't have a cut going down the middle of the earth and have embankments over here that are 4 feet. It just causes erosion, other problems with the flow of water, et cetera, et cetera. I don't even think we got into that. And I know Nadine Carney from Peak is the engineer, and she's working on some material. We're not gonna see it until early as probably January. That's when we'll see
So
it.
we would like to be, she's just about finished with that.
Okay.
And,
So maybe we'll see it sooner.
yeah, we'd like to be on January.
Okay. So that was my take on it. Craig, did I get all the points you wanted to make?
I think so. I think the only other point that was discussed in the meeting is that lots 3 and 4,
Those are the ones in the back.
in the back, there's impact to wetlands that, that the planning board.
But
members
Jennifer
there
brought those up.
Were concerned about those impact to wetlands and also the impact to the buffer.
So I didn't provide a ton of comments because I want to see what happens with the road, because there are modifications to the road that could change comments on the wetland. But I think the primary comments were adding 100-foot buffer right around all of the wetlands delineated, including the ones in the upper portion of the property. And also we talked about the sizing for the culvert and the stormwater, but I think that's also needs to wait until we understand. I think we need a final road design before we can get into.
To Jennifer's point, we didn't get into it a lot, but if you're doing more cutting and you're creating more disturbance, you've got the issue of, so where's the water gonna be running to? How much is running into the wetland? So hold those thoughts, and we're not making any decisions tonight, guys. This is just information.
Okay.
I didn't want to lose it because the meeting was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
The next time we meet won't be till January.
It was a good meeting.
What nobody has heard except for Dave and I, we've discussed it. Because Dave has gone through what does the new town code do to portions of this project? So Dave, Greg, are you finished?
Yep.
Okay,
No,
Dave.
well, there were other things in there, but I tried to just run them through quickly, but you said they're on the Google Drive, so I just tried to summarize.
Dave, do you want to go through the impacts of the town code, new town code?
Sure. So the broader impacts we'll do another time,
Yeah.
not right now.
Oh, no, specific to this project.
Specific to this
Yeah.
project. Okay, so they're in the Google Drive. I did a memo on I've gotten through this new subdivision regulations and I've summarized those more broadly, and I'll highlight some related to this. There are substantial changes both to the general design criteria for all subdivisions as
Dave,
well.
hang on a second. I have a feeling I know where you're going. I don't want to go there yet. I want to talk specifically the
Yes.
impacts on dignified, not,
Yep.
we'll deal with all the other stuff later.
Okay.
Okay.
So on the general, there is a new provision that slopes between 15% and 25%, no more than 50% of a slope shall be disturbed.
Okay.
I don't know what that calculates on this property.
That is on the first sheet, and it is.
They can't disturb more than 15% of a slope above 15%.
Oh, okay, I don't know that that's identified. The total amount of slopes on the property are identified.
The slopes, it's a little strangely written. I gotta figure this out still. I'm gonna say slopes above 15% grade, no more than 15% of that area.
15 or 50?
15
15.
can be disturbed.
Okay.
Okay,
This is a road linearly, I mean, it's not gonna disturb more than 50%.
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, you're gonna, because you calculated house, septic, et cetera, right? As disturbance.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, the entire.
The entire property.
Okay.
The entire project, more than 15% of grades greater than 15%.
Okay.
Can be disturbed.
All right.
You do have to add driveway access slopes and sight lines for all those drives now. The code requires that now on the plat. So, and there's a bunch of other things, but we can talk about later, but those are the more significant one. The big one, which Rick wanted me to point out, is you have an entire new section on conservation subdivision. The board is now broadly authorized to require conservation subdivision designs. You have, in certain cases, you're required to do them. This is not the case. In this case, you may require is the language, a conservation subdivision. And this property meets a number of the 12 criteria.
You want to mention the ones that we believe it meets?
Slopes of 50, does it have slopes of 15% or greater on 20% or more of the property?
So hold that one for a minute. So it says slopes of 15% or greater on more than.
On 20% or more of the
20%.
property.
So Greg,
That's one trigger for requiring a conservation
Do we have
subdivision.
that here?
and Greg did a calculation. About 40% of this whole property is over 15% slope.
Okay.
To repeat, you may require.
You may
a
require.
conservation.
And there's no determination how many of these criteria you need before the.
One,
No,
there's
one.
12, one is enough.
One's no, okay.
The second one that Rick and I have mentioned, talked about, that I should mention, water resources reads as follows: wetlands, wetland buffers, municipal water supply watersheds, New York State protected streams and aquifer recharge areas, stream corridors, and flood-prone areas located in the town of Rochester floodplain development overlay district. So if you have any of those, this board may require a conservation subdivision design. And then there are others, but Rick suggested pointing out J, significant natural areas and features, areas with rare vegetation, significant habitats or habitats of endangered, threatened, or special concern species, as determined by the New York State DEC Natural Heritage Program, mature forests over 100 years old, locally important vegetation that is such as trees over 21 inches in diameter at breast height, or unique natural or geologic formations.
Do we have any of those here?
Yes.
Yes.
We do.
And then I did 3, there are 9 more.
Okay, so
Those are the 3 that we brainstormed
So
might be on this
Dave,
project.
give me that section, because, and I think we'll probably, for this project, we'll just stop there.
It's to 125-31 C 4.
Okay, so it would behoove everybody to become real familiar with that section. And it's in the section that deals with conservation subdivisions, to read through that. And it impacts, it probably will impact a number of projects that come before this board. And the operative words have changed from can request to may require in this particular section.
There are circumstances where they're required,
They're absolutely
but
required.
that is not the case here.
Okay, so it's a can require, not a must require. Move from a can require, or rather can request. And typically when it was requested, it was like, yeah, I'll skip it. Okay, so, but I understand that. All right, so that's. Anybody have any questions for Dave on that? That's as much as I wanted to talk about this project. As I said, Nadine's not here. We didn't have the input from her as a result of the previous meeting. We're gonna get it soon. Jeremy, I'm glad you waited this long for the meeting.
Yeah.
You learned a lot of,
Couldn't make it.
you learned a lot about EVs, maybe. You wanted anything you have anything to say?
No, I just wanted to say that she's almost done. She's been doing a lot with the grading of the driveway. Obviously, we've been working on the driveway right now, with the wetland buffers to adjust houses. The attorney's been looking at all the new codes to this town, so.
There is one more that Dave didn't mention. It says that there can be no shared driveways off of any cul-de-sacs. And cul-de-sacs, you do have a shared driveway for the 2 back properties. Cul-de-sac is not just what you and I might know as a cul-de-sac around. It can also be a hammerhead. So that hammerhead that you have, I think, if I envision the map, that hammerhead that you have, where you have that shared driveway going down to lots 3 and 4. that shared, it can't be a shared driveway, can't be called a shared driveway or fit under the shared driveway requirements anymore, which actually impacts what the work that Greg did and probably impacts what Ladine is working on right now. Because when we had our meeting, that was before this new code was passed.
Sure.
I've mentioned the shared driveway. Off
Oh,
the
yes,
hammerhead.
there's provisions throughout both the zoning and subdivision regulations that do no longer allow shared driveways on cul-de-sacs.
And cul-de-sacs.
Cul-de-sacs are broadly defined.
As
Doesn't make any difference if
Dead
it's a
end.
circle or a hammerhead or
Dead
a
end.
Dead end.
Dead end.
Yeah, dead end road.
Right.
the dead end road,
So that was.
private
also
or
a sig-
public.
a
private or public.
significant one that, and it's mentioned at least 4 times in the new code in different places, so. Anyway, and I don't understand the rationale, but it's not for us, the reason why us is what to do or die,
Don't have to go there.
no. Okay, so that's it on dignified.
Okay.
Jeremy, it's
Thank you.
still a public meeting, you're welcome to stay, we got some other things to talk about.
I'd like to.
I can't imagine why,
Quick question.
Thank you.
go ahead.
Quick question. So we're going there in a week. It's gonna be the same like 10 months ago. They're gonna-
Hey, Jeremy. There's no
Right?
question.
Yes,
Oh, sorry.
We're going on a site visit in
On the
next week.
17th.
Next
So
week,
it's gonna
yes.
be essentially the same what was 10 months ago when I was there.
Yes.
the site visit that was just arranged was primarily for the new people.
Yeah, no, I understand, but it's. I have a.
Yeah, if you could make it, if you're an old person like you and I,
I'm scheduled.
be nice if
But
you
I would like to
literally
know,
and figuratively.
Yeah, we'll be there to
Okay, great.
explain our.
Okay, so let's get into the last half
Thank
of the. agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. Say that again? Yes, the November 13th minutes,
Oh, yeah.
do you have them in front of you?
Yeah.
Does anybody have any comments on those minutes? Those not familiar, you would find them in the Google Drive under minutes. Anybody have any comments? I'll entertain a motion to approve the November 13th minutes.
I second.
Jennifer, Paulina, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Abstain? Okay, great. I'm gonna skip the next one because that could take a while. Quick update and the next two bullets say the same, essentially the same thing. It's an update on the 2 projects known as Gasland and Villa Veritas. So the only update that I want to give you, it's been a moving, kind of a moving target, is today, Mary Lou, the town supervisor, and Jerry met on both of these projects and the impacts of the new code on those projects.
Well, why don't you announce that you sent a letter to Jerry about.
Thank you.
Gasland?
I did send a letter to Jerry, thank you.
Referring the zoning determination to Jerry in light of the new, on Gasland, in light of the new code.
For the very simple reason that my attorney, our attorney, indicated that we should not be making any decisions about whether the new code did or didn't apply to Gasland.
In general, as I said before, the zoning determination is the job of the CEO with appeal to the ZBA. We don't do, we take their determination and move forward with it on site plan approval, but they figure out what animal it is under the code.
So that letter, I believe, is in the, yes, it's in the Gasland file. So anyway, Jerry took that, and Mary Lou's been looking at, Mary Lou is the attorney for the town. And they also took up the matter of Villa Veritas. I did not write a letter on that for a variety of reasons. And so they met today and they will be communicating to us shortly. What they're recommending be done, what Jerry's recommending to be done. It's my belief that sometime this week they'll be meeting with the applicants and telling them what their determination is, what Jerry's determination is, and have a discussion about that. And once that happens, they'll let us know what's been agreed to or not been agreed to.
So
And,
Fred, I mentioned that with respect to Gasland, after Rick wrote the letter, Gasland reacted fairly abruptly. They reached out and they demanded a meeting with me, you, Mary Lou, and Jerry and others. They wanted to meet based on the mere prospect that Gasland might be zoned out. And that meeting didn't occur because,
It didn't occur. So it's been handled in a different way. So the only thing I want to say anymore is that both those projects will not be on the agenda. Well, I don't know if they'd be on the agenda for January or not, but both those projects are under discussion between different group of people, more appropriate, and they'll let us know what we're gonna be doing.
Okay.
My sense of what they're gonna do, it's fair to all parties, meaning everybody will be a little unhappy. So sometimes
Well, we
that's
didn't
fair
have
as to
complete
what-
application.
I don't want to talk about it. Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Because I don't want to get into stuff that might wind up in the newspaper because we're still on YouTube. Okay, review approved 2025 meeting schedule. So do they have a copy of that?
Yes.
All right.
And there.
Anybody have any comments on it? I think Jasmine went through it last time, or do you want to go through it again, Jasmine? No, you don't. So that's the calendar for next year. Anybody have any questions?
I did. What are the dates of the workshops?
There is a different
If you
calendar.
look at the
There is a
last two
calendar.
columns where. Yep, those are workshop meetings.
Okay, so the application cutoff, so
Right, and what
workshop, okay, got it, thank
So
you.
do we plan to have basically 2 meetings a month?
The plan is to have 2 meetings a month.
We have.
What we usually had is regularly scheduled, which is the second Monday of every month. And now there'll be one at the last Monday of every month, or fourth Monday of every month. Because there's a lot going on, and
Wait, I have a question. Is it, it's not, it's the last Monday because I was putting it on my schedule and sometimes.
it's last Monday or fourth Monday.
I think it is the last.
You know what? Sometimes it's the last, sometimes it's the fourth. Take a look at the dates.
Looks like the last.
It looks,
Like the
It's the last,
Yeah.
not the fourth.
take a look at the dates.
Okay. I mean,
Okay,
I put them all on my
Math and
calendar.
whole.
So it's the last, it's not the. fourth.
okay, the last, thank you. You put them there already.
Yes. I
Good,
got it.
thank you. All right, so, and the reason for it too is there are some of these projects we need to have much more discussion. You can see with Dignified where we're, how much we have to speak about that. And the other two, they're kind of sitting in limbo, get a lot of work to do. Can't accomplish it in one meeting.
No.
If you even try, you're just not doing justice to the town, to the code, to the applicant, to the public. So some of these things just need a lot more time. Okay, you'll be earning your salary.
Sorry. It's the labor.
Did you
of love.
laugh at that?
I did.
Anything else that anybody wants to
I
talk
was a
about?
public servant, so.
We have to approve that calendar.
Oh, all right, we do have to approve the calendar. We have to approve it.
Wait.
Motion to approve the calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve the calendar. for
Peter,
2025.
second. Dorian, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstain? Great.
I think there's a memo about summarizing the changes to the subdivision regulations in which folder?
Which folder?
Jasmine, what Dave did today, what folder did that go into?
It's in,
It is in the number 11, if you go to 12/9/24 meeting.
Subdivision code of amendments, summary review.
Right here,
Here it is.
there it is.
and I have paper copies if you want.
Yes, please.
We'll pass out the paper copies. I asked it,
I'm getting to the zoning. It's taken a while.
so we won't go through it. My plan was to go through what Dave did, but we'd be here till 11 o'clock, and I don't think anybody wants to hear.
Maybe
it.
read them. May I?
So,
Can we do that in
please-
a workshop?
Or take them home and read.
we'll
them.
figure out another meeting to do it. I'm not gonna agree which meeting we're gonna do it in right now. Hang on one second. So let me just tell you what he did. Top level, major stuff, major changes. If you're confused, that's fine, because it's confusing stuff. It will become clearer. Dave, you were at one meeting that we had with one of the projects this past Friday. And actually, we took a lot of time to go through the, one of the sections. And it was a little bit tiring, but at some point it made a lot of sense in terms of here's how on some projects we need to do a conservation subdivision, manipulating the lots so that some of the objectives of the code, namely the preservation of open land, open fields, artifacts and things in the on the property are isolated into a conservation subdivision. Same number of lots, maybe in some cases the lots will be smaller, that's what you're allowed to do with the conservation subdivision. But it worked out pretty good, so that was a kind of a major one, Dave outlines that, and Dave, I think it went pretty well.
I think so.
I think the applicant was a little bit shocked, but he understood it.
We got to the point where there was a mutual understanding about, the sort of objectives that are laid out in the project.
Right.
Which projects?
Meta.
Okay.
So anyway, read through it, and we will isolate some time, to go
Oh,
through
if
in
you're,
great detail.
Sorian's already having a hard time. If you have a hard time finding the new code,
No, not new code, your summary.
oh, it's in
It's in-
folder.
Folder
Folder
11.
11, click on
Open up
12-9-24 meeting topics. It is the fifth one in the column on the top.
What's the time?
2024 subdivision code review.
What amendment summary?
Here you go. If you're having a hard time finding the new code, it's still up in various formats.
Right.
And it's loaded. in
And
the
they've
Google Drive.
changed from local law JLM numbers now. Some of them were originally posted as 2023 local laws. They're correcting all that. It's kind of in progress. If you have problems finding what you want, just give me a ring or an email and I'll try to direct it. Cause I like working from a red line version and that's promptly disappearing unless you saved it.
I see.
I see.
And the red line version I found out does not have everything. For example, the use that disappeared in one of the two applications you talked about earlier was not stricken in the red line version. I thought it was still there. So, but there are a bunch, the new code without the tracking changes is on the town website now.
Okay, hang on, go ahead, sorry.
Quickly, should we cancel officially a workshop meeting for December?
I got it right here. I was reminded by the boss. Okay. Motion to cancel the workshop meeting for December,
Make a
unless you want to come.
workshop.
A motion, a second? Jennifer, you look like it. Jennifer, all in favor of canceling? All right, thank you very much. Yeah, try to save the red line version because it could go away. And at some point, do we have it up on the Google Drive yet?
All in Google Drive,
All
except
right,
for
so-
the line version. If
Including-
one of you send me the red line, I can load it in there before we leave.
Okay,
Would you send her the red line version?
yes.
Great. But it is there in the Google
Okay,
Drive.
thank you.
Okay. Motion to adjourn.
I'll make the motion.
Which
Peter?
one is it?
I had
David,
a couple things I wanted to say.
go ahead.
All right, next. Just when you thought you were there. Now, two things, and I have to discuss them, but they're kind out of tonight's meeting. One is, are there any repercussions that we can apply if work is done before in a prior to application?
I'm glad you brought that up.
Um,
There are three things I asked our attorney to write potential new laws for and recommend to the town code. One of them is how the town should handle people that do that, who put in roads and everything else. This isn't the first time.
Yeah.
I know of at least three situations in the last year, and I won't say the two of them were by the same person. So that's one thing I asked him to do. Actually, it's four. The second one was to make changes to the rules around alternates to allow them to participate more. So we'll see where that goes. The third one was something around if you're approached, threatened, cajoled, gobsmacked, whatever, by an applicant, similar to the situation that we had 2 months ago, here's the repercussions of that. And I don't remember what the fourth one was, but it's to deal with some of these annoying, you remember
The
the
fourth one was if they have a zoning violation.
Oh, that's it.
A code.
So in the past, it was kind of loosey-goosey. If there was a violation issued by Jerry, frequently they would,
Or not just they're in violation, like these guys, the bus guys have, they got.
they weren't allowed,
Buses, but Jerry has an issue of violation.
they weren't allowed to come to this meeting till the violation was taken care of, unless the violation had to be taken care of, or it would only go away if we took care of it. So yes, Dave's doing that for us also. So yes, we've got some potential laws, recommendations. I will come to the board, or Dave is gonna come to the board, you didn't know this, to make recommendations and let this board see it, to allow them to comment on it.
I will point out to the board that, at Mark's, actually coming out of a conference call with Mark and the supervisor and others earlier in the year, and it may have been on one of these applications, I did write local code for the issue of what if somebody's in violation, and then coming before us for an approval. And my understanding is that the town board didn't want to jump at it at all, so there's very strong likelihood they may not be interested in any of these others either, but.
Right.
We certainly, I mean, the planning board can establish its own rules of procedure, but obviously the more, the more prohibitive our rules of procedure are, because we don't happen to like something, the more we're gonna start to bump up against, legal constraints, like
Yeah.
if, for instance, if somebody, and we had obviously a situation of some sort of harassment that they denied, but if we were to just say, not let them in for 2 months, it's different than if we just deny them outright. There's different things that we could do, and so I'm kind of riffing if I was to write code, and ultimately this board would certainly have to pass it by resolution, or I could just refer it to the town board, so we'd have to figure out where to go. But like I said, the initial one that the town board actually asked me, that the supervisor asked me to do, which was to deal with people that were already in violation. When I did it, I sent it the same day, actually. They decided to move forward with it.
Yeah.
They demurred for the time being.
Yeah.
So maybe it'll come back and something will happen.
I have a related question, by the way. I was gonna ask you, what about if we, member of the board, passing by property, they got permit, and you see it's a clear violation of what was in permit? Could we bring it up as a independent citizen or as a member of the?
All right, so my understanding of how it should work, don't bring it here because we're not the CEO. Any citizen can go to the CEO, send an email, send a letter, go in and talk to Alyssa.
As a citizen.
Right, Jerry's generally out on calls, right? Visiting sick patients. No, I'm sorry, he's out there doing what he's supposed to be doing as the building inspector. But Alyssa will accept that, or the other lady's name is Courtney.
Yeah, I already have.
So you can do that as a citizen, any piece of property. But don't bring it here.
No, I understand.
Okay. Dave?
My other quick thing was, how do you respond to people that come up with a rumor?
With a rumor?
Yeah, so we have, applicants that have a lot of documentation, about to support their application, right? And then I think it's troublesome to pay too much attention to someone that says, I've heard blah, blah, blah.
Oh, like.
Yeah, without, and I think it's easy to say, we hear you and we appreciate what you're saying, but without documentation, we really can't.
I hope I gave him,
you gave him a sensitive ear, but yeah.
And on his suggestion, he was good. He came back, well, would you put it in the findings?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put them in there, but I don't know who's going to enforce them.
Yeah.
And it's anybody who's working on a piece of property, Jerry has to inspect it, right? If Jerry sees something, he's certainly going to say something. Sometimes builders see something happens, they find a Native American artifact. What are they going to do with it? They take it home and tell nobody, or they tell somebody, I don't know. So you would expect people to do the right thing. As far as, I did say to the guy, do you have documentation? No, well, you're kind of dead in the water at that point in time.
Right.
It's like the other project that we were with the other day, it's like, but we have documentation.
It's it's quite a different.
It's different. He has no documentation, but I don't want to just say, next.
Yeah.
But I agree with you, it's frustrating because there's rumors, there's the woman who said that property is wet, I know it's wet, well, maybe it just rained, yeah, my property gets wet in one section, but it's not wetlands. But
On all DEC permits and fine print, there are a couple of conditions. One, if you find archaeological or human remains, etc. And maybe we should, on our approvals, no?
This is a broader
Well, that's
question.
a state-
The question
Yeah.
of
That's a
what,
state law affecting state agencies.
Yeah.
we're already way down, that was
Okay.
specific, but the question was, how do we handle
The rumors.
stray comments,
Yeah.
basically? And I have two thoughts. One is that this board always has to evaluate a presentation to you in terms of the quality of the evidence and what it shows. I mean, there could be a sliding scale from having absolutely nothing, just other than a emanation of a rumor, to a little bit of documentation, to an old environmental impact statement. It could be all kinds of stuff. So that's always for this board to evaluate. But what I want to emphasize again, and we didn't do it, and this is why. Do not enter into a back and forth with anybody. I've been saying it really with the applicant. But when he stands up there and says, well, there's a rumor that there was a lot of stuff here, and we start debating how to deal with the stuff. Like, well, we can, if we could put a condition into this, and I'm literally dying, because why are we I mean, at some point, when they say stuff, the answer is thank you. Thank you, sit down, thank you, and then we discuss things, and we can decide, this is not credible, I don't want to do anything with it. If you start debating it with them, you will end up compromising. Well, we can think about it, and we'll if they dig 6 feet, we'll find this, and maybe we'll do it. I mean, if the answer was, as you're anticipating, that this is just too far-fetched to even deal with, the last thing you want to do is say anything in real time. Do not say things to people in real time, because that is not the purpose of anything, including a public hearing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask something? Because I've served on as the lead agency for environmental EISs. And in those, when we would hold public hearings, we gave no comment.
And
So
DEC
we
won't,
only
DEC
accepted- we
DEC won't do it
talk,
either.
And we would take down their comments and we provided them with written responses.
Exactly.
So I had a question for this body. Do we provide, not to the person per se, but in our site plan?
That's a responsive,
do we
under
respond to
DEC
comments?
procedures, that's a responsiveness summary. Town boards doesn't have to
We're
do
not
that.
required to do that.
Well, we
Okay.
can come, if you want, we can come up with procedures that would load that in.
I'm not necessarily asking us to do more.
Generally,
work.
no.
So here's what I've done.
DEC and maybe DEP have a lot more formalized procedures for dealing with this. One of which is that you don't talk to people,
I agree with that. And
right?
you've got, I've always,
LJ, talk to people.
I've always told you that if I go off the deep end, you just, bang me in the back of the head. and reel me in.
It's just instinctive. We
But-
just talk to people.
You're right. To your question, I've been thinking about that. What I used to do when I was the board chair 2 years ago, at the end, I would go around the table and say, does anybody have anything that they want to add to the public's comments? And I would also make sure that there was an outright misstatement of fact. I would correct that. I wouldn't let the board correct it. I would try to correct it. They say, your projects get awful because it's got 20 houses on it. Well, it only had 2. So, it's a ridiculous example, but if there was an outright fabrication or misstatement of fact, I would try to correct it. I know you don't.
No, DEC never would correct.
I don't care what the.
Yeah, I'm just telling you.
I don't care what the DEC does. As just to set the record straight, I think they're owed that. I think the whole public commentary process is owed factual information. And I also used to have the applicant write an answer to the major, to everything, just about. And you'll find if you have 5 people commenting, you're going to get some of the same 5 comments. So I would make the applicant actually come back to the board with an answer to each one of those things.
They will do that.
And so I did that in order to.
That's a good, yeah.
My other point is, don't do it in real time. If you want to come back to the next session and correct everything, or if you do it, in real time, just say one thing and stop it. And that's really, really hard to do. And
Well, the reason I do it, let me disagree with you. The reason I do it, or decided I would do it, is because many times these public hearings, a couple of times the public hearings devolve into a shouting match from the public, not between us, but incorrect information gets into the newspapers, and all of a sudden, something that can be very factual and can be dealt with professionally by this board gets out of hand because statements that are completely outlandish are made by the public. And I think outlandish comments, you don't tell them you don't know what you're talking about, but you take the opportunity to say, I just want to correct some of the things that I heard. And that's it.
What we used to do is, because we had to adhere to the city's environmental review, which is different than the state. So what we would do is we would often have a Q&A that was not part of the public hearing. So we would stand up in front of everyone, we'd say, this is what the project is, who has questions about it, people could ask, we could talk about it, whatever, and then we'd say, okay, this is the public hearing. This is where you tell us what your comments are, we're not gonna answer you, we're gonna take you down, and we're gonna write a response. And we found that when we started doing that, a lot of the chaos kind of subsided because people felt like they were heard. They understood what was going on, because a lot of comments happen when people don't understand the project.
Yeah.
And then you kind of, not always, there's always people that have a lot of questions, but anyway,
So when
I'm
did you
not
do the
saying-
Q&A?
we would do it before,
Before the public hearing?
Yes.
Let's go around the room things.
kind of,
You know,
yeah.
some people hate those.
So, but we would do.
Because you don't get anything substantive, you get I'll just note, you're a citizen board, I've said this before, you're dealing with your peers, you're not an agency official that doesn't live here. And the natural tendency is, you know these people. And I do think there's some deference to Rick that for clarifying record, I think there was way too much back and forth today.
Yeah.
It was,
We were
I
negotiating with
mean,
them
when
to
they
see what
come
was-
up to the table, that's too much.
Well, boards-
You know, you can't, but you do need, you could put a map out at a table so people can look at it. You could get more information up on your website. It's very difficult for people, when you tell people you got a FOIL request, some people don't even know what that is.
Right.
You know, I don't, more progressive towns will put basic information up on the website before meetings, after meetings. It's make it readily available, and then then they'll know it's a 2-lot subdivision, not a 20.
So
It's a
if
town
we
vote.
have, before we go into a public hearing, let's say, well, tonight we knew we had 3 public hearings. Should we have those applications on the town website?
Well, it's a
So,
functional problem. I don't know.
I don't know.
You know, capacity to do that.
It limits the public's asking of questions to the board, and in my view, and I've represented people as citizens, I always tell my clients when I was representing citizens, don't go to a public hearing and ask questions. I mean, that's just, first of all, the board, if they were smart, they wouldn't answer you. Second of all, your job in the public hearing is to tell the board things that they need to know that you want them to know. If you're asking questions, you're just opening yourself up to complete ineffectiveness. But by the same token, if they ask us questions, that tempts us to, because as David said, there are neighbors. We'll start answering them. We'll start talking to them. I view discussing things openly with anybody, citizens or applicants, as tantamount to the negotiating ploy of negotiating against yourself. There's almost nothing you can do in a situation like that increases your ability to do the things you think you need to do. It decreases your ability to the point where, again, tonight, we were literally negotiating with this person who had nothing as to how we were going to structure conditions to find
Potential, yeah.
waste on the property. We were discussing whether it was solid waste.
So
or
let me
hazardous
ask,
waste.
so not to debate it too much longer, but let me ask you this. When he said, well, could you put it in there as a condition? I was gonna say, no. Would you say?
Well, think about it.
Thank you. We'll take that under advice. Thank you for your comment. We'll take that. We'll discuss that at the next meeting.
Okay,
It's
I
not-
guess in these public meetings, I don't do well with creating an adversarial relationship by saying, no. Please
Thank
sit
you for
down.
your,
But-
we don't do well by negotiating against us.
I agree with that.
But I think the thing is that the real value to me of a public comment is the fact that we hear things that come out.
That's right.
You hear things that, not saying what he said was correct, but if somebody said, hey, this happened on that property, I wouldn't know that. That's great. So do you have any evidence that it happened? Any documentary evidence? Do you have
Well,
any?
even if he doesn't, you've now got an
or
information,
whatever.
you've got an
Yeah,
information
you've got
point that you didn't
information.
have before that may or may not be useful, but we've gotten, in other words, we got the benefit from him as soon as he said, I heard a rumor that there was dumping on the
Right.
property. That's the value to us, and actually the value to him is that we've heard that.
Yes.
Anything more is just
Right.
negotiating with him over conditions is just.
Now, whether we have to,
Right.
whether we have to look into that, if he has zero documentary evidence or whatever, then I don't think there's.
Or maybe somebody else says the same
Well,
thing. Somebody else says, I've been in the town for 70 years. I saw this happening. Or they come forward, maybe.
Well, that's a different
These
thing.
are,
yeah,
these are
yeah.
data points that are useful, but
Yeah.
we take them under advisement.
I do like the idea, I have to be honest, I do like the idea of doing a Q&A before public hearing. It probably wouldn't have worked tonight, although fortunately we didn't have that many people here, but we spent an hour and a half, hour and 45 on public hearings today
Yeah.
for one reason or another. Maybe it was because.
Do we have enough information to do a Q and A though?
Well, in the case with DEP, they're usually the proponents, so they've got tons of it. They're the
As
deve-
the applicant, it
Well,
was
you-
incumbent upon.
Oh, yeah,
us to
you guys
come
would-
prepared because we were
you've
the
got
applicant.
dozens
So we would do a
Paid
similar thing,
Yeah.
like for, public hearings,
They're told
but
to
the
be there.
consultant
Yeah.
or the
Yeah,
permit.
these are bigger agencies.
Same thing.
What, right, and it wasn't a Q and A, he would just give a brief summary. And then public comment, they'd be limited to 3 minutes.
Yes.
Boom, boom, there's a
And-
stenographer, then staff would take all the comments. They're substantive, and put them
Comment
in.
noted, comment noted.
Yeah, and then when a permit was issued, then we would
And
send
I
comment.
think about a Q and A, it's more like, this is what we're planning to do. Do you understand it? Do you have questions about what we're trying to do? And then.
Which is really important for DEP, because many people think you're coming up here and trying to, they used to, when I was working at Riverkeeper, DEP was coming up here.
He doesn't want to do Q and A.
Well, yeah, no, I just realized that, DEP is the agency and the applicant.
That's right.
As opposed,
We had to
That's
see
right.
out planning board approvals and all that stuff, but I guess
I
where I'm
know.
going with this is, your point about wanting people to be heard, I think that's really important. People to feel like we're taking in what they're saying, and a Q and A we found was an opportunity for people to feel like we were listening to what they were saying. We never made any commitments. We never said we were gonna do anything. We would always punt that and just make sure that they understood what was going on.
One possible answer that I'm suggesting, and I know it's really hard, is to say to them, thank you, we
Thank
really
you.
appreciate hearing your information, we will use it, it's just not going to be in a
Yeah.
colloquy with you tonight, we're gonna
Well,
take it
and
back.
we would give that speech before we went, the stenographer went on, we would give a speech.
We'll just give it a
We're
listen.
not, you would say that, and then people would always get up and they'd ask a question, be like, why aren't you answering me? We would literally just talk about this.
It's really hard, there's no question about it, but.
So the Q and A would be a Q and A between any residents and the applicant.
And maybe us, if there was a question about, has it been referred to?
But they are the
Sheffield?
applicant.
Like, it could be
Yeah,
us.
they are, yeah.
yeah,
That's the right
yeah,
question.
that's a little nuance.
The applicant would have to be willing.
Right.
You can't make an applicant meet with the.
Some applicants,
He is the applicant.
some applicants.
No, but in
We're
this.
talking
setting-
in this
Oh, yeah,
setting.
yeah.
In this
Yeah,
context,
well,
yeah.
it doesn't, it's not, yeah.
It's so you're.
So maybe, you know what, maybe we'll try it with one of the public hearings. We'll do a Q and A.
So you're gonna do.
How about,
So the meeting starts at 5:30 now?
no, but how about if you know, like
Good point.
when you have a room full of people. That may be the time, when you have a
Yeah.
big response and you're gonna get half the town out there. That would be the
Yeah.
time to maybe have a summary, et cetera.
But with any hearing, you could have the applicant summarize.
Yeah.
I mean, your peer boards do that all the time. You have a applicant, please summarize your project.
It's important to recognize that the
Waiting for a
DEP and to some extent DEC are in different position than we are. Because DEP certainly is the applicant, even DEC is a very sophisticated regulating agency. They're going to have a whole bunch of answers in a Q and A. They will have crunched it all. We're in a different situation. We're still gathering information during a public hearing. We still need to gather information from the applicant. We'll force the applicant to answer the questions that come out in the public hearing. So if we go to a Q and A before the public hearing, they're gonna say, this is gonna block my road. This is gonna screw this. What are we gonna say? Okay? I mean, we don't have any answers to them.
That's
DEP is gonna have the answers, but in that hearing.
The Q and A was more focused on the actions. It was not necessarily focused on impacts, so it would be clarifying, making sure you understand, this is where the shared road driveway is proposed.
Okay.
There's 2 houses, yes, they're required to submit, these are the approvals, just making sure they understood that, and then if it was something that was answered in the environmental review, that would be different.
Maybe I could do a better job explaining the project up front rather than just reading from the public hearing notice to say it's a 2-lot subdivision, 1 lot's gonna be. Do a little bit more.
To the extent that we're allowed to show people a figure of something, I know we can't, but that also can be helpful for people to see what.
You know what we can do? We can make as part of the applicants will usually give a presentation on the project at the first meeting and also sometimes not necessarily here, but very often in subsequent meetings. We can make that, the applicant gets up there, they can explain the project to everybody, we can ask questions, the public can ask questions. That should be the beginning of the whole thing. We can get a lot on the table, including hearing a lot from the public, and we don't have to answer anything.
New application slash
So-
Q and A on the agenda.
Say again,
New application slash Q and A on the agenda.
presentation. and we can have an informality so that the public can ask whatever questions they want, which is good prep for them to be able to come in later on with their comments. And then we're not on the line, we don't have to commit to anything, we don't have to answer anything, and we don't know anything. And we really don't know anything till the end. We
It's
do
the practical dynamic is that's not how people function. They wait till there's a problem and then they show up to the hearing. They don't.
A lot of people think there's a problem when the application comes down the pipe.
It's just in terms of conflict.
So
management,
so I'm gonna ask
people
one
don't
question, then I have one other thing.
proactively come out.
Are you suggesting that at the beginning of the project, coming before this board, we have a Q&A then, or we have a?
We have a presentation. They stand up in the front,
And we'll let the
here,
public,
and they point to this is where the road's gonna be, this is where the steep slopes are gonna be, this is where this is gonna be, and somebody says, how many houses do you think you can squeeze up there? And they,
Okay.
and we can do it too, but then
Could be-
we're not in the firing line.
Could be 2 to 5 minutes.
okay, one other comment, I'm gonna take it under advisement.
Okay.
One other comment I wanna make, Dave leaned over to me and said, let me back up. Subdivisions, New York State law requires that seeker be done before the public hearing. So invariably, and it happened tonight, sort of, what happens sometimes when you have to do the seeker before you do the public hearing, you do seeker, you make a finding of determination, either positive or negative, they're usually all negative. And then you go into public hearing, and at some point in time, somebody brings up something and you say, oh, yes,
Like happened tonight.
But that's okay.
and you can't go
Not
back.
okay.
You have a draft and a final, you can do draft and a final.
That's in final what?
We used to do, I guess a neg deck is always a final. You don't do draft neg decks.
You don't do draft.
You don't do-
No.
Yeah.
We
So-
did,
But we do
tonight we
an
did,
application, do a neg deck, and then you have a
So-
30
Tonight we did-
day public comment period.
So I didn't make the determination because he had so much more work to
Yeah.
do. So we had another project where we made the determination, we made it negative. Somebody came in, not even on the first public hearing, the second public hearing, and said, oh, did you know that there's an eagle's nest over there? And in fact, not only is there an eagle's nest, but that's a major
that was
fly.
last year, that was on Jaeger.
Oh, that was
But
Jaeger.
There's a
That
major,
happened tonight too.
so
Happened tonight. We neg decked a subdivision. And then we opened the public hearing and somebody stood up and they may have been wrong, but they said, there's wetlands on where that house is going. Now, God willing, they're wrong, but we just don't want to be there. We want to hear that before we do a neg deck.
so what I'm gonna start, what I'm gonna start doing.
But,
But,
but
All right, so here's-
but we want to hear that before we do a
Wait
neg
a
deck.
second, though, on that specific
No,
site.
wait a minute,
DEC
wait,
was
wait,
there.
Helena, wait. It's late. I
Yeah,
wanna,
let's go.
I'm gonna tell you, I wanted to bring it up, I'm gonna tell you how I'm gonna do it, and you're gonna correct me if I got it wrong. We're gonna open up a public, we're not gonna do seeker ahead of time, we're gonna open up the public hearing, gonna leave the public hearing open. If we hear anything of a secret nature, fine, we're gonna do seeker,
After public hearing.
we're gonna do it at the end of the public hearing.
No.
Tell me,
Okay, this is a crazy rule that came out of the courts about 20 years ago. And it's just crazy, but we gotta do it. We need to hold we need to hold a public hearing after either a neg deck or an EIS, typically a neg deck. So this is only for subdivisions. It's not for site plan approval. It's not for special use permits. You need to have a public hearing after the neg deck. That does not mean that you can't hold a public hearing before the neg deck. You can, you just have to hold a public hearing after the neg deck, and that means you can do it either of two ways. You can hold either a special public hearing for seeker before you do the neg deck, which is the least good way to do it. And the second better way to do it is just hold a public hearing on the subdivision, open it up before the neg deck, listen to everybody, including somebody telling you that the wetland is under lot 2. And then if you disbelieve them, you do your neg deck, and then we hold you keep the public hearing open. And unfortunately, that becomes a 2-month process, but that is what the courts have, and now DEC has handed down to us. And the only other option is to not hold a public hearing before the neg deck, which is exactly the problem that we have. And we do neg decks and some percentage of the time, somebody stands up and says something, it's like, oh shit. We should have done, that's the answer. And we started doing it again today, and it was like, okay, we're doing it. And that's the DNA of the board, and we're trying to change that, but we do it, and then predictably, 1 out of 10, somebody stands up and says, I know this, and I didn't talk before, and now we've already just neg decked it 5 minutes ago, which is exactly what happened today. And like I said, hope we all think that they were wrong, hopefully, but otherwise, we just approved the house on a wetland.
No,
There's no wetland.
there's no
Well, they
wetlands.
were wrong, but that's what but they said, they
no
came up
wetland.
here and they said that, and I live next door and that's a wetland, that's what they said.
They said,
Okay. Helena, I'm sorry to shut you down, but
Yeah, that's
oh,
fine.
okay.
Good.
Right. You're good?
Right?
I think there was a motion on the floor to adjourn
yeah.
at 10:12.
Good night, Klein.
All in favor?
Discussion.
Heavy discussion.